Всім доброго дня. Вітаю вас на вебінарі SolarEdge і SolarEdge. Якщо мене чути добре, напишіть, будь ласка, в коментарях, чи все нормально, якщо можна там плюсик або якийсь комент залишити. І будемо починати за 5 хвилин. Чути добре. Всім дякую. Так як я сказав, сьогодні у нас буде технічний семінар, вебінар по обладнанню SolarEdge. Його буде проводити технічний представник SolarEdge Джейсон Кірідж. Джейсон Кірідж є технічним спеціалістом по SolarEdge, він англомовний спікер. І у нас буде сьогодні перекладач Діана, яка буде нам допомагати зрозуміти Джейсона і задати йому питання на англійській мові. Якщо ви будете мати їх на російській мові, ми перекладемо і задамо їх саме Джейсону. Відповідно, починати будемо ми буквально за 1 хвилину. Хотів би я почати з презентації компанії SolarEdge і тих правил, точніше технічних умов, при яких можна буде там налаштування і все інше, задавати питання, тобто як буде проходити саме вебінар. Біля мене зараз знаходиться мій колега Владислав Сиденко. Він буквально скаже кілька слів про технічні можливості Zoom, як це все працює і що потрібно буде вам зробити, щоб задати питання і приймати участь у вебінарі. Зараз передаю слово Владиславу.
Доброго дня, шановні учасники вебінару. Перш за все, дякуємо вам, що долучилися до нашого заходу. Коротко хотів би повідомити про те, як використовувати платформу Zoom. Я впевнений, що багато з вас вже з нею знайомі, оскільки вона стала досить популярною під час карантинних обмежень для проведення різного роду заходів. Отже, всі ви зареєстровані на платформі як учасники вебінару. Це означає, що у вас є змога слухати все, що говорить спікер, і паралельно буде демонструватися екран зі слайдами, по яких він буде проводити презентацію. Ви можете відслідковувати інформацію та слухати, власне, голосове відтворення. У вас є 2 опції – слухати оригінал англійською мовою спікера, або ж слухати переклад українською мовою, який буде виконувати Діана. Для того, щоб слухати переклад, вам потрібно в меню внизу, якщо ви протягнете мишу вниз, у вас з'явиться меню, де є варіант вибору мови. Наразі там має бути англійська та російська мова. Якщо ви переключите на російську, ви будете чути лише переклад, який виконуватиме Діана. Підкажіть, будь ласка, чи зрозумілий цей момент стосовно перекладу і як саме переключитись на переклад вебінару? Так, бачу, що нас ставлять плюси, значить це все доволі зрозуміло. Добре, дякуємо. Як буде проходити комунікація з самим спікером у випадку, якщо у вас виникнуть запитання? В нас, знову ж таки, в меню вибору функцій платформи Zoom є віконце «Вопроси і відповіді», якщо у вас російськомовна версія, або Questions and Answers, якщо у вас англійськомовна версія. Це свого роду чат, в якому ви в будь-який момент, допустимо, під час того, як спікер буде відтворювати свою презентацію, і якщо у вас буде актуальне питання саме стосовно того, що він наразі обговорює, ви можете відразу написати це питання в це віконце, спікер його побачить. І якщо це питання буде коротке, скажімо так, яке не вимагає багато часу для роз'яснення, він може буквально відразу відповісти вам на це запитання, і воно буде чутно для усіх учасників вебінару. Якщо ж це питання більш вимагає більшого часу для пояснення, то воно буде перенесене в кінець презентації. Це буде близько 3-ї години. У нас виділений спеціальний час для запитань та відповідей. І тут уже будуть більш розгорнуті запитання. Тобто короткі запитання вони будуть саме в процесі презентації, більш розширені будуть в кінці презентації. Ще в нас є функція підняти руку. Вона англійською raise hand. Маєте бачити таку невелику руку у себе в меню. Ця функція використовується в тому випадку, якщо ви хочете задати питання з голосовим відтворенням, тобто вголос задати якесь запитання. Тут є певні обмеження. Для того, щоб зробити це, спікер вирішує, чи, скажімо, це доречно в даний момент, чи може він, допустим, перервати свій спіч, так сказати, і дозволити вам задати це запитання. Все ж таки, я думаю, що було б краще більше запитань перенести на кінець презентації, оскільки ми дійсно виділили доволі великий проміжок часу для цього, і я думаю, що всі запитання буде більш логічно та змістовно обговорити саме в кінці презентації, щоб не втрачати суть самої презентації та не затримуватись на темах, які буде обговорювати Джейсон занадто довго. Я надію, що в нас не виникне ніяких технічних проблем. Єдине, про що я хотів би попросити, якщо все ж ви бачите, що щось йде не так, або занадто довга затримка і ви нічого не чуєте, будь ласка, пишіть у чат, ми будемо це бачити і якомога швидше спробуємо вирішити проблему, якщо все ж якісь технічні проблеми виникнуть.
Дякую, Владиславу, за введення. Сьогодні в нас буде технічний вебінар. Я хотів ще нагадати, що завтра буде вебінар проводити Петр Клімик. Він буде більше по продажам, по новинкам обладнання. Тобто ви теж завтра приєднуєтесь, кому цікава тема SolarEdge. Я думаю, вона всім цікава. А я перейду до презентації компанії. Хочу представити себе. Мене звати Андрій Склянко, і з багатьма з вами ми вже знайомі, співпрацювали чи десь перетиналися відповідно в бізнесі. Я маю вже 8-річний досвід роботи в сфері сонячної енергетики. І сьогодні хотів би презентувати вам компанію SolarEdge, але для початку я хотів би сказати про сьогоднішній таймінг, що у нас буде і коли. Ми, відповідно, будемо мати перерви. Будемо мати перерви сьогодні. Тобто це не буде там сплошняком іти повністю до 3 годин вечора чи дня семінар наш. Тобто ми маємо ось такий розклад, можете з ним ознайомитись, можете зробити скрін, відповідно, щоб так орієнтуватися. Тобто зараз короткий вступ від SolarEdge, потім починається вже основна частина, і кожну годину ми матимемо перерву на каву, скільки в нас виходить? 45 хвилин матимемо перерву на каву. Так, переходжу до презентації компанії. Компанія SolarEdge – це чеська компанія, відповідно вона базується в місті Прага, це столиця Чехії. Була заснована компанія у 2009 році як інсталятор, контрактор установщик у Чехії сонячних панелей. Після того у 2011 році пройшла реорганізація компанії і відповідно SolarEdge почала продавати обладнання партнерам і інсталяторам, тобто стала таким дистриб'ютором, міні-дистриб'ютором. На сьогоднішній день ми маємо вже визнаний міжнародний статус дистриб'ютора. Кілька таких цікавих цифр про компанію. Це десь 30 країн, в яких ми зараз маємо бізнес-діяльність. В нашій компанії задіяно і працює більше 10 національностей, тобто я би сказав, що SolarEdge – це така міжнародна інтернаціональна компанія, в якій працюють дуже багато іноземців. Це і тайванці, це і чехи, це європейці, це американці і з Сходу. Відповідно, є у нас персонал, і на Сході є у нас представництво. Знизу у нас написано, відповідно, основні представництва, де ми маємо офіси і склади. Це Прага, Будапешт, Дубай, Київ, Аман і Варшава. Об'єми продажів приблизно 150, може трошки більше мегаватт в рік, що стосується сонячних панелей. Головний офіс тут позначений у нас на карті. Відповідно, ви можете побачити зону діяльності і карту покриття бізнесу SolarEdge в світі. Тобто основний бізнес – це Європа і Схід, Йорданія. Зараз починають розвиватись ринки в Північній Африці, відповідно в Скандинавії, швидкоростущі ринки. Тому ми не зупиняємося на тих ринках, на яких ми вже маємо якісь представництва, ми рухаємося далі, тобто відкриваємо нові ринки. SolarEdge в Україні. У 2018 році було відкрито повноцінне представництво в Україні. Зараз ми маємо десь 50 плюс партнерів, з якими ми працюємо по нашому обладнанню. І, мабуть, більшість із вас нас знає як білого легального дистриб'ютора в Україні, в якого повністю білий бізнес в Україні. Важко це уявити, але, в принципі, є такі компанії, і наша компанія – це як приклад. І я думаю, що це наша перевага. Власне, SolarEdge в бізнесі виконує функцію такого хаба, дистриб'ютора, який знаходиться між виробниками і інсталяторами. Тобто ми збираємо в своєму асортименті найкраще обладнання, яке можемо запропонувати відповідно нашим монтажникам. Концентруємося в основному на найкращому, на найякіснішому обладнанні, і тобто це наші такі основні критерії вибору обладнання, з якими ми працюємо з виробниками. Що стосується SolarEdge взагалі, тобто ми надаємо такі сервіси для наших клієнтів, це технічний ноу-хау, тобто ми підбираємо обладнання, яке можна використовувати в тих чи інших задачах. Фінансування – це скоріше більше про Європу, там є окрема програма фінансування, партнерська програма, тобто з нами працює, ви знаєте, що у нас є система стимуляції цін, місцева підтримка, тренінги і логістика. Наші партнери, так як я сказав, ми працюємо по всьому світу і в багатьох країнах, відповідно, у нас мультибрендингова компанія, тому що кожен ринок він індивідуальний і він вимагає якогось окремого обладнання. Тому ми працюємо з багатьма виробниками, в якомусь регіоні, наприклад, там в Йорданії дуже популярні інвертори ABB, в Україні вони вже взагалі практично не використовуються, тобто це мертвий бренд, по суті, для України. Тому ми маємо в асортименті практично все обладнання, яке представлено на сонячному ринку. Основні наші партнери – це SolarEdge стосовно інверторів, і стосовно панелей ми концентруємося на якісному сегменті, це Canadian Solar, це Alufone. В мене все, в принципі, можна переходити до основної частини, вибачте за занудство, і рухаємося далі, тобто заради чого ми тут зібралися. Зараз тоді підключиться Джейсон Кіридж. Секундочку.
So, Jason, do you hear us?
Yes, I hear you.
So I suppose that we can start. So we finished the introduction. So the scene is yours.
Okay, I will start sharing my screen. 1 second. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, Jason.
Excellent. Okay, so I shall begin then, if that's okay. My name is Jason Kirridge. I work for SolarEdge Technologies as the technical marketing manager for the UK, Scandinavia, the Nordics, Baltics, and Middle East Europe. I've been with SolarEdge for 5 years. I started as a field engineer for 2.5 years, worked my way up to technical marketing manager. I left school at 16, studied as an electrician, worked my way up through the grades of electrician, then went back to university and did a engineering, so I'm a Bachelor of Engineering, Bachelor of Electrical Engineering, and also a qualified teacher. So I've taught at colleges, I've taught at universities, and I've been an engineer and electrician through my life. So that's a bit of my background, basically. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to just recap on some of the benefits of SolarEdge. There we go. So some of the benefits of SolarEdge, of course. Okay, I will wait until you okay, I'll carry on. Okay, so yes, just to recap on the benefits and features of SolarEdge, one of the important ones that we're seeing more and more in specification is arc fault circuit interruption, and we'll cover that later on today. But the way it works hand in glove with the safe DC is very important. Our arc fault circuit interrupter will discover an arc on the circuit, and because of the unique technology that SolarEdge have, it allows us to stop the production of the inverter and also to reduce the voltage of that string from 750 volts for a commercial inverter down to 50 volts. Not only does it reduce the voltage, but also reduce the current. And current is reduced to approximately 300 to 200 milliamps. So that's way below what the current needed for an arc. So we discover an arc, we then turn off the inverter, we then power down the string, so we reduce the voltage and reduce the current. So it's very important that you understand how well the two work. Having arc fault circuit interrupter on its own doesn't do the full job, so you need to have both. And we're very fortunate with our technology that we have this. Also, you've got the panel level monitoring, so you're able to see exactly what each particular panel is doing. If you use a commercial optimizer, then it will be 2 panels which will mirror each other's image. You'll share the total wattage on both of them, but it's a very good tool. It can be used to not only tell the production of the panel, but also when you need to clean the panel, have the production reduced considerably in that time over those months. You can see whether it's covered by snow, you can see whether it's covered by soiling, you can go into great depth and look at whether the bypass diodes are both, or all 3 bypass diodes are working. So there's a great level of detail you can go into. Adaptability. So as we bring out new products, and we'll talk about some new products today, one of the things that keeps popping up is, well, can I use these new products on my old inverters? And absolutely you can. We'd like to think that we've built in this onwards design, basically making everything retrofittable, so you can go back to products in 2016 and install storage to them. You can install smart energy. You'll be able to put the EV PV inverter in with older inverters, so it's all built in to basically any new product comes out, you should be able to, with a firmware upgrade, add new products to it, and we'll cover some of these later on. The last one is remote support, and this is the most important of all. If you can get your inverter online, even if you can just connect to a hotspot just for that time that you're contacting support, then support will be able to fix, and I would say maybe more than 95% of all issues. Some of them may be just the wrong country selection, some of them may be wrong wiring settings, but all this can be done remotely. We can advise you from site, so it's very, very important that you have the inverter and the site online. And the last one is, again, it's one point of contact. If you have EV with us, if you have smart energy, you have storage, and you have PV, it's just one contact you have to ring. You don't have to ring 4 different manufacturers and have 4 different manufacturers then saying different things to you, blaming each other, pointing the fingers at other people. It's all under one umbrella, and that's the beauty of SolarEdge, is that everything is under one umbrella. The support people you speak to are familiar with all the products, and they are trained on all the products. Right, let's begin. I've gone on far too long, so let's begin on a presentation. So the first one is setup, and this is basically the app that you need to do all the products. And without this, you can't configure, you can't activate, and you can't commission our inverters. The older ones you can with the display screen, so that's completely different. But these ones without display screen, setup inverters, this is what you need to use. It allows you, as I've said, to use your mobile phone to connect to the inverter. It allows you to put automatic firmware updates on there and to configure up to 31 devices at the same time. So if you've got 32 inverters, 1 being the leader and 31 being the follower, then you can set the settings. So you can set art detection, you can set the country setting, you can set things like that. Press the button and all 32 devices will read the same information. It will be set up with the same country setting, same art detection and things like that. It allows you to basically do the firmware upgrade and activation. The firmware's on your phone. You don't have to download it from SolarEdge anymore. You don't have to go to a website and download onto an SD card. It's on your mobile phone. And every time you get an update, that is the latest firmware from SolarEdge or the latest version of setup. Once you've done the upgrade and the activation, is then setting the country and the language and pairing the optimizers and then configuring the system. Some of this can be done remotely. We can pair the system remotely for you, and you can also pair the system remotely by using the monitoring, by going into the layout, right-clicking on the inverter, and then clicking on the pair mode. So you can do that remotely. So should it be quite dark by the time you finished your installation and you don't need to go back to site the next day, you can just do that remotely. You can do it from your office. It's a free app. There's lots of things that are free with SolarEdge, and apps are one of them. And we have 4 apps at the moment, if I remember correctly. We have the monitoring app for the installers. We have the site mapper. We have the set app, which we're talking about now. And then we also have the My SolarEdge for homeowners. So there's 4 different apps. There's actually 5. There's a PV self-consumption. It's a very simple tool. It just tells you what size inverter you have. But these are the 4 main apps. And you just need to go to Google Play or to App Store. Once you've done that, you then register with your email. If you don't have an account with SolarEdge, if your electrician is on site and they don't have an account, they can just sign up in the bottom part here. It just says sign up here, and then they fill out their contact details. I am an installer, and put their first name, last name, email, and just fill out the fields. They create their own password, press continue, and then if they're on site, they can then put the serial number of the inverter in here. So they tick, I request access to the monitoring, put the serial number of the inverter in here, and then press create an account. So it's very simple. So that's the hardest part about it, is signing up if you don't have an account. If you've already got an account, you've already got maybe used Designer, used the monitoring, you use the same email address. Same email address, same password. Once you've got past that stage, you've registered. It's very quick to register. You don't have to wait for an hour or 2 hours. It's very quick. Once you've done that, you've registered. You press start. You scan the QR code on the inverter, and then you press or you move the switch to the P position, and you only do it for 2 seconds. If you do it for any more than 2 seconds, say 5 seconds, then you go into pairing mode. So it's very quick. You just literally flick it over, go 1, 2, and release, and then it starts to communicate to your phone, basically via Wi-Fi. You then upload the firmware, and it's updating, and then update complete, and then you can start commissioning here, and then this is where you get to. These are the fields that you see, and everything that was on the display inverter is the same as what's on the setup inverter. Same name, same terminology. There's no real difference. The layout should be exactly the same, so it's intuitive. Once you've used the display inverter, you should be able to use this. If you've never used a display inverter before, again, it should be straightforward. One of the questions we get asked in support is what country code we should have. Now, if you find that your country isn't on the country or language, so this here, then just go for Europe EN 50438. This is the standard for Europe, the RFG regulations for Europe. Now, if your country has any specific grid settings, then please contact myself or Petra, or contact someone at SolarEdge support, and we will get that changed, and we will have it specifically labeled for you. But this is the one to have. Okay, Europe 50438. Pairing can be done, as I said, either by the switch underneath, holding it for more than 5 seconds, or you can use the monitoring, going to layout, right-clicking on the inverter, or you can do it via the setup while you're standing by the inverter. And simply go start pairing, and then you'll get a timing out here that will show you how well you're doing. When it's finished pairing, there'll be some grid checks, and then you'll hear 4 clicks on the inverter, then the inverter will produce. If you look into it further, you can still see we're in the main commissioning heading here, where we've got country and language, and then we've got pairing. You've got site communication and monitoring communication. These are 2 different ones. Monitoring communication is connecting outside to the outside world via the internet, whereas site communication is connecting to devices, so other inverters, other gateways, or to a meter, the SolarEdge energy meter. And it's very simple. As soon as you click on a particular field, you click on the arrow, you then open up into another screen, and you can see where you need to go, RS485, and you go SolarEdge leader, click on leader, and then you do the follower detect, and it detects the followers. Some of you may remember with the display screens that they all used to flash at the same time once they've been found. So as we don't have displays on these inverters, all the information pops up underneath. So you'll have the serial numbers of every single other inverter. The leader will be obviously the one you're holding in your hand, and that serial number is always at the top here. Okay, so that's the leader's serial number, but these are all the followers, and you can see on here the time and date that they last communicated. So if you scroll through them and you're looking for 31 and you've got 30, you'll be able to work out which one's missing. Sorry, I'm not looking at the questions. Here we go. So Jason, one attendee is asking, what is a voltage range for the code that you suggested? I don't know the specifics, but this is the one I've been told is for Ukraine. This is the one that we should use for the Ukraine. If you want to email me directly, and I will find the exact details for you. Okay. Right, moving on. So overall, you can have a very good idea of what your inverter is doing by looking at your phone. And the beauty of this is that you can take pictures. So you can take a screenshot of this and you can see exactly what your inverter is doing. So if your inverter is performing exactly as it should, you can take a screenshot and then you can complete this job. You can move on to the next one and you can send this off to your company, or your electricians can send it off to you before they leave site. And the most important one is this one here, where it says verify SOK. So you can see that's actually up here. It says SOK. And what that means is server OK. The S stands for server OK. That means we're connecting to the servers. There's also a little button up here. It's not shown on this drawing, but there's a little thing you can click on. And once you click on that, another screen will appear and it will have 6 different checks. So it goes through your different how to connect to the internet. It's very similar to what we used to have on the display inverters, where we had 8 zeros that were changed to 8 ones. It's very similar, but this is the most important one. POK to make sure all the optimizers have been found, and SOK to make sure that you have communication with the outside world. And the last one is power control. This allows you to set different things. You can set alternative power source. This one here, this is when we're working with a generator. So if you have a generator on site, it allows you to power down the inverters by using the inverter settings, which I'll cover later on. And you can set reactive power, active power. You can set all kinds of things on here. This one here is for utility companies to power down your inverter. So it can be set to 100%, it can be set to 60%, 30%, or 0. So we've got 2 ways to do it. One, you can do the RRCR, or we can do a generator on here. So it's very adaptable, very easy to control and select. And it's literally a case of either enabling or disabling. So it's very straightforward, very intuitive. Maintenance is the last one that we'll look at, and this gives you some information about the inverter, what the diagnostics are. We'll look at those at the end today. We'll touch on those briefly. Maintenance and information just tells you about the inverter. So this is information. This tells you what the firmware is, and we're on the edge of releasing 4.11. And these are the DSPs on here and the serial number of the inverter here. Okay. One of the issues we had initially was when we released the setup inverters was they were being released by the factory with as low as 4.0. That's when they first came out. Okay, so another question. Yes. So when these were released from the factory, they had firmware or CPU version of 4.0. Then setup was leaping ahead, so we're on 4.11 now. So you may find that you have from your factory maybe 4.6, 4.7, and the firmware has leapt to 4.11. As I said, that it takes a bit of time for the firmware to be added to the inverter from this setup, and this is purely because the older version on the inverter. There's nothing wrong with the inverter, there's no problems, it's just purely that was the version that's been released from the factory, and it takes about 6 months to get from the factory to installation. So that's the sort of time we have. So in those 6 months we could have released 2, maybe 3 different firmware versions, and that's why. Right, here's a question. So Jason, this error occurs often, error code 64, AC voltage too high, line 1. So can I suggest a solution? It's very difficult to say this. What we would need to know is what the grid voltage should be for that. So in the UK we have plus and minus 10% and 5%. So we need to check the tolerances, but I've been told that the error code, I've been told that the country code I showed you is the right one for the Ukraine, but please, please contact me and I will look into this further for you. Okay, so these are the LED indicators. You don't need the setup to communicate to the inverter to see what's going on. You can just look at the LED indicators and see what's happening. So a green obviously is blinking on here, means high temperature, but in general use, blinking green means that you've got AC is on and the inverter is producing. So you have to switch the button to get the error codes. But don't worry about this. It's all in the manual and you don't need to worry about it. And likewise, you've got percentages of production. You can see all this on the setup. You can see all this from the monitoring. This is just an idea of what's going on. And on the next slide here, we've actually got the web page here where you can see exactly what every single LED combination means and how to check and how to get it in to check for the errors. So please don't be alarmed by all the different combinations. The general ones you need to know are blue is for communication, solid blue for communication. Green is that we have it's on and producing, and flashing green means we've got AC. Okay, a couple of questions now. Okay, so I think that's to all panels, that's been answered. Okay, so no questions for me on that one. That's good. Okay, so moving on. This here is the new communication board. And as you can see, there's no screen on here, but what you can see is at the top at 12 o'clock, we have got the cellular modem. So this is your GSM plugs in here. We then go around to 3 o'clock and we've got the Wi-Fi. This is embedded, so this is already here. This is what we use to connect the setup to the inverter using Wi-Fi. We don't need an antenna to do this. We just simply need to be within approximately 6 meters of the inverter. If you want to use the Wi-Fi to connect to the internet, then you just add the antenna in here, just screw the antenna in here. Now, I spoke about the alternative sources and also the RRCR, and that's what this particular bit down the bottom here. It's a power reduction interface. And using a combination of these L1, L2, L3, L4, and V, you can program the inverter to either switch to 0, so to switch off, or you can have it at 60%, or you can have it at 30%, or 0, or 100%. So using this, and this is all in the application notes. So all you need to do is type in power reduction interface into our website, and you'll get the application notes for this. Any problems, just please email me. My email was at the beginning, and I will also put my email on the chat, and my email will also be at the end. So feel free to contact me. RS4851 and RS4852. They're split down the middle here. So you can see this is 1, this is 2. And we also have the dip switches here as well. And you can see this dip switch here will relate to RS4851. This dip switch here will relate to RS4852. So if you're using RS4851, you need to switch dip switch 1 up. If you're using RS4852, then you need to put the dip switch 2 up. Okay. This one here is the USB. It's used for updating firmware, but we don't tend to do that much, only in very unique circumstances. But you can also charge your mobile phone from here as well. So you can have your lead. So while you're working on the setup, you can be plugging your phone in here and charging your phone at the same time. This is the Ethernet port here, and you'll see there are flashing lights either side once you get internet connectivity, and they are generally green and orange. These two devices or two plugs here, these are for the switch and for the LED underneath. So that's the basics of setup and how the inverter works and how you can communicate to it. So now we're going to look at the three-phase inverter. So this is a new inverter that's coming to you. This is the 30 kilowatt and 33.3 kilowatt inverter. We already have the 25, we have the 27.6, and we have the smaller residential three-phase inverters, but these are the new ones coming out. This is for the low voltage grid, which is 230 to 400 volt. We also have the 40 kilowatt model for the 480 grid, and I'm assuming it's the same voltages for you. This will be for medium voltage. It's only 32 kilograms, so it's 25% lighter. This means it's easier for you to send in the post. It's easier for your installers to carry. It's also a lot easier to hang on the wall. The existing inverter, the 27.6, was about 43 kilograms. That's not difficult, but this is a lot easier to add. The other difference is we're now 150% oversizing for these inverters. We were 135 for the previous inverters, 27.6 and below, but we're 150% oversizing. We also have DC surge protection, so that's included, and I will explain this later on. There's also optional surge protection for the communication cable for RS485 and also for the AC surge protection, and we'll look at these in detail later on. As this is a larger inverter, it will then need a larger current, therefore it needs a larger protected device and therefore a larger cross-sectional area of cable, and that's why we've gone for a wider gland. The RCD has improved as well, or not the RCD I should say, but more the earth leakage. Before it was 300 milliamps and now we're down to 100 milliamps. So this is a lot easier for you to get an RCD at a relatively cheap price for this particular inverter should you need it. We also support IT grids, and I'm not quite sure if you have IT grids, but they are in some of the regions I cover. In Norway in particular, they have IT grids. And again, this is the most important bit, and it's what I was saying in my first slide, that they're future ready. So these will be future ready for energy storage, and by this I can tell you that we will be having 40 kilowatt module batteries, and they will then increase up to 120 kilowatt module batteries. So you'll be able to have your 30 kilowatt and 33.3 kilowatt inverters with up to 120 kilowatts of battery. So that's all future ready. So as soon as the batteries come out, we're ready for it. We don't need to do anything to the inverter, don't need to change the inverter, no hardware, just some firmware changes. This here is a little bit more detail about the surge protection. It's type 2. This is where it's actually placed in the inverter. You can see the DC side is here, the AC side is here, and then we have this RSD, which is rapid shutdown. Rapid shutdown is a unique thing for North America. How that works is that when you normally switch off the switch underneath, so you have your switch, you switch that to the off position, there's a period of when the inverter ramps down its power and discharges the capacitors, and that's generally about 180 seconds. In North America, they have a particular rule to do with arc detection again, and also the benefit of our safe DC, that when they want to turn the inverter off, it must turn off in 30 seconds. So rapid shutdown is just a fast discharge of the capacities inside the inverter. It's not really needed much in Europe, but it's a feature which is pretty good feature. So that's what that is. Now, if we were to go for the option of the safety unit underneath, you would then have a DC switch, DC fuses, a gland input. You could have the rapid shutdown, surge protection for DC and AC. So all that's included. And there's 4 strings on this. As you can see, we've got 4 strings coming into here. These are shown as glands, but they will also be MC4s as well. Each one will come into a separate terminal, and if we're using fuses, each fuse will be separate. So 4 fuses here, 4 fuses here. Now these are the 4 basic models that we have, and they start with a basic model, which is just an inverter with DC surge protection with MC4s. We then go to a DC surge protection DC switch with glands. We then got rapid shutdown, DC surge protection, AC surge protection, DC switch, DC fuses, and glands. And then we have the same with MC4s underneath, and also AC and DC separation. So AC and DC separation is unique to France. France particularly like DC and AC separation, and France like MC4s. So these are the 4 different flavors we have. And I'm sure you'll be getting lots more information. All the data sheets are on our website. You'll be able to look at these in detail and decide which is best for you. The benefits that we have is obviously if you have fuses inside here, then there's no need for you to set up an enclosure. There's no need for you to install them, the time it takes to install, and the additional costs of enclosures and fuses. It's a benefit for you to have it all in here. All you need to do is just bring your cable straight into here, terminate them, and it's done. So this is the commercial solution as such. We've got the 2 different types of inverter. Standard inverter, this will have DC and AC surge protection on here as well, and RS485 RS485 surge protection, and so will this one. You can add these optimizers, P600s to P800s. Same monitoring system, same gateway system, same sensors, same grid interactions, exactly the same. The only difference is these are slightly bigger. Right, mounting the inverter. The spaces are the same. There's no difference. We haven't asked for a different spacing. So outdoor is 5 centimeters. That's here. Indoor is 15 centimeters, but just bear in mind the note at the bottom that if it's equal to or above 25 degrees, then we must have 20 centimeter gap. Okay, so if it gets very, very warm, just increase the space in between. But this is it. Basically, basic rules are indoor 15 centimeters, outdoor 5 centimeters. Bracket goes on the wall, inverter hooks on the wall, and then screws are put into the side to secure it in place. For the DC safety unit, which is this one here, you can see there's a small bracket underneath that also needs to be anchored. If you were lucky enough to purchase the Synergy inverters, you also received a level with it, and this is still going to be the case. And I'm sure you worked out that the holes here are the direct representation of these holes. So put your level on the wall, mark the 2 holes, and that's exactly where you need to drill into the wall. So we will be still doing the level for the Synergy inverters, and every single Synergy inverter has 1 level. So if you buy many of them, you'll have lots of levels to share to all your team. It's easy enough to hook on the wall. 2 people can lift it, 1 person can lift it, especially now it's a lot lighter, 32 kilograms, and then you put the anchor bolts in as such. This is showing the bracket underneath, this one here, which I pointed out, how you must secure it. It makes sense to do this because if you start pulling on the MC4s to remove them, or you're pushing cables in or pulling cables out, you want it secure. So it's very important you do that. Okay, so our inverters, they can lie down to a minimum of 10 degrees. Why would you need to lie them down? Maybe in your roof there isn't room for a perimeter to install them against the wall. Maybe the only place you've got is to lie them down next to the panels. So you can do 10 degrees and you can lie them down. You can't lie them the other way around because the drips will drip onto the cable and then possibly, whoops, we've gone too far forward. Let me go back. Possibly could work their way into the enclosure here. This is perfectly IP rated. Even the switch on the top is IP rated, and that's not a problem. And you can't put them underneath like this. Don't put them upside down. And here's a joke for you. People turn around and say, well, they do in Australia. Now, that might work in translation. I don't know. So we'll see. Okay, so we say, please don't fit your inverters. Oh, too far. Let's go back that way. Please don't fit your inverters upside down. And then the joke is, but that's what they do in Australia. Okay, so what features have we got? Well, we've got 4 strings, which hopefully I've pointed out to you before. We've got larger communication glands for larger cables. The feedback we've had is people struggle using RS485 cable, so that's added on. We've got the rest of it is pretty straightforward. All the same. All the same information on here. Switches are the same, LEDs are the same, and that's pretty much it. Exactly the same DC safety unit. The only real change is that we've got 4 MC4s here, a wider gland, and more communication, larger communication glands, and we've got the addition of a ground wire here. So you can bring a separate earth into here, separate CPC into this position. And you can see better on here. So your main AC cable can go into here, and then your earth cable can go into here. And it actually terminates inside here, and we'll see the next picture, or next couple of pictures. Don't forget, when you do your switch, always do it for 2 seconds to communicate to setup. If you do it for more than 5, so switch move to P for more than 5 seconds, it starts pairing. So just be careful there. If you leave it for more than 5 seconds, it will start pairing. That's fine. It's no problem. You haven't damaged. There's no problem at all. What you can do is once you've done that, you can just move it to P for 2 seconds and you activate the handshake protocol. So no problem there. Again, LEDs, we've already looked at these. So green is on and producing. Blue is SOK. And blinking is AC on, but system not producing. They're the main ones you need to know, these 3 here. And again, we've got this website here, or web page here that you can go to, and you'll be able to look at that, and look at all the combinations of lights. Okay, just looking at my timing here. So connection of PV strings. Very simple, the screw covers come off, as they do. You then put your 4 strings in the bottom, okay? Please don't use branch cables or Y cables. Please make sure that each string is into its MC4. If you're using up to 4 strings, you can put them in here. If you're using 3 strings, you can put 3 strings in. It's no problem whatsoever. If you're using a combiner box, maybe you're putting fuses in here again, that's no problem. You can either take the MC4s back into here, or you can use the gland version, which takes it straight into here. And remember, 700 meters from inverter to the end of the module. That's for your distance. Okay, so this is what it looks like in the DC safety unit. Very simple, DC fuse box, straight into the inverter. Internal fuses, as I said, we've got 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So there's 8 in total, 4 on each side. So communication, we've already looked at the communication board as such. We know what all the the features are, it's exactly the same. Here is your GSM unit fitted onto there, and it's all in this area here in the inverter. If we want to connect to a router using Ethernet, which will cover the communications later on, communication options at the end of the presentation, you literally just feed your cable through the gland, plug it in here, plug the other end into the router, and it's all ready to go. It's set up as default LAN or Ethernet, so as soon as you plug that in, it will be communicating to the monitoring platform. If you want to add leaders and followers, we use this RS485, is what we recommend. RS485 will give you a kilometer, Cat5, Cat6 will give you 100 meters. So we recommend using RS485 cable for outdoor use and basically for follower and leader. And you can see it's just 3 cables, BAG, they're a twisted pair, and they just link in between the inverters. This being your leader, that's connected to the internet, and the followers are daisy chained to the master inverter, or the leader inverter, I should say. Now we do have surge protection device that will fit in between this, and it's in about 2 or 3 slides away, and that protects all the communication boards in the inverters should there be a lightning strike or something like that. So rather than the communication board being damaged, it's a sacrificial piece of equipment, and basically that would take the surge, and that will be sacrificed rather than a communication board. So this is what it looks like inside. And you may remember I said earlier about the dip switches. So remember, if you're connecting into RS485-1, then you must put dip switch 1 up. Okay, and this is the BAG. It's actually GAB on here, but what you're going to do is you're going to spin the plug around so the labeling is underneath, and that's why it will be BAG. So you'll see BAG on here. Yes. Of course. Yes. Okay, so you're using RS485 to connecting here, and you're making the right switch turned on. You can see on here we've got BAG, and if we go back a slide, you can see this is the BAG here. So G is grounding, B is, I believe it is plus, and A is minus. So that's plus and minus, and it works about 7 volts. So there's not a huge voltage going through these. So we just need a very small cable, only 1 pair of cables. So you don't need to put more than 1 cable in B, just 1 cable, just 1 twisted pair. And they go BAG on here. And then if you look on the next slide, you can see that they are BAG, but they're reversed on here, because as you plug it in, it then brings it around the right way. So BAG. Okay. This here is your surge protection device, your sacrificial surge protection device, and this plugs into the communication board. This is a communication board here, and then your cable with your plug, which you did on this one here. So this bit here, rather than plugging into the communication board, plugs into the surge protection device here. Okay, and this is it here. And this is a throwaway device. You buy them in packs of 5. So if you should have a lightning strike, it will damage this part and not the communication board. It's a good thing to communicate to your client that the option is here, because should there be a lightning strike, there's a good possibility that if this does get damaged, the communication board is not under warranty for lightning strike. So okay, so I've been sent here a note. I have a question. Could you have a look and answer? I will see. Open question, answer question.
Yes, Jason, you actually should look to the answered questions, because I kind of made a translation for you from Ukrainian. So
okay. All right.
So do you see it, for instance, question from Maxim regarding the DC protection in the answered question?
Okay, I think I've got this one. Let me see. Ah, yes. Jason, can you explain what parameters can be changed remotely through the monitoring portal? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. So what parameters can be changed? So through the monitoring portal, very little. Through SolarEdge support, everything. Okay. So on the monitoring, you can, but that's not exactly true. You can take ownership of the grid values. So you can then say to SolarEdge, I want to be responsible for the grid values, and that is your yes. Okay, that's okay. Yes. So the question is, can you explain what parameters can be changed? So you can do very limited parameter change using the monitoring, but SolarEdge can change everything. What you can do is you can change the grid parameters. So on your monitoring, there's a section there where you can be asked to take control of it. So you can then set the under voltage, over voltage. You can also set the under frequency and the over frequency and under frequency. So you can change those. You take responsibility for those and say that, yes, I understand. So I know one of the questions was that you have some grid issues where you're going over voltage on line one, and what can we do about that? Well, the first thing we can do is make sure that we've got the right settings on the grid that you select. So this 50438, make sure that that's right for your country. That's the first step. If it is right for your country and you're still experiencing these issues, then you can go to the monitoring and you can request that you can actually change these settings. So you can make the parameters higher. So that's what you can do. If I've not answered your questions correctly, please email me and I will do my best to answer it and send you all the links and everything that you need. So hopefully that's given a good enough answer. If it hasn't, please let me know.
Jason,
Yes.
there is one more question. If you can see, question from Pavel Litvin: is it possible to program different power output of the inverter based on the time of the day? So you should see it.
Okay, so you could use the RRCR function for that. Yes, you could also use the meter to guide the exports. So you could put an export limit on there, but actually changing the power settings, not really. Maybe there's a few things we could do. You can set the APIs on it, and I don't think you can control the inverter using APIs unless you sign up for the there's a special package that you can purchase from us that allows you control of the APIs. So it should be possible. It just, as long as I know exactly what we're going to use it for. So I would say yes. It may be an additional fee, but I'm sure we can work something out.
Thank you, Jason. And one more question above from Maxim. So he is wondering if it's still needed to use additional DC protection.
If you use the surge protection in the new inverters, no. If you want to know whether you should have DC surge protection, that's really down to a risk assessment that you would take on your site. If your site has a high level of lightning strikes, or it has a lightning protection system, then that would be linked to the array anyway. So there's a good possibility that if it hits the lightning protection system, that's going to be shared onto the array. So in that case, yes, it's advisable. I would imagine it's really down to you and your customer, but DC surge protection is advisable, and that's why we've put it in as standard in our inverters. So from these inverters, I would say yes, it's important. Okay.
Thank you, Jason. I think you can continue.
Okay, thank you. So yes, any questions, please ask away. No problem at all. Okay, so this is the GSM or cellular modem. We've already looked at Ethernet communication. We've spoken about Wi-Fi communication, and now we're looking at the GSM. So this is if it's in a remote area. As long as you've got mobile signal, you'll be able to use a GSM. So if you can go there with your mobile and you can make a phone call, you can go to the internet, then it's ideal for this. And all you need is the cellular modem. The antenna comes with it. It's very simple to install. It will select high bandwidth. That means that you'll get information every 15 minutes. If you select low bandwidth, what will happen is you'll get a burst of every 4 hours. But on these inverters here, anything above a 4 kilowatt domestic system, we recommend high bandwidth. So we'll look at connecting the AC. As I said, very straightforward. It's the same standard colors, L1, L2, L3, neutral, and earth. Shouldn't be an issue. The one thing to remember is to make sure there's no mechanical strain on the connections here. Please don't pull this. Make sure this is not pulling on the connections. And that's really it. Shouldn't be an issue. This one here is a DC safety unit. As said, you have a separate earth that can go through here, or it can go through the gland, and that will connect into here. And you'll notice that the earth is not taken through here because the earth already goes through in a different place. One important thing, especially if your inverters are going outside, and to make sure that you keep the IP rating of the inverter intact, is that when you put the cover on, that you follow a sequence. You don't have to necessarily follow the numbers here, but as long as you do sidewards and then top and bottom diagonally, top and bottom diagonally. The reason for this is that if you remember ever changing a car wheel, and you put the new wheel on and you do one bolt up extremely tight, that pulls it away from the actual hub of the car. So it's very important that you don't put the cover on and do this one really, really tight, because then you'll have a gap at the bottom. So do these finger tight as such, and then when you've got it all seated correctly, then you can do it up tighter. Okay. So this is the surge protection that I said we would cover later in detail, and we're about to do that now. So this is the AC side. As you can see, there's what looks like small connections, basically. You see these covers here. These are actually screws on here, these covers. And what you're going to do is you'll remove the screws. So these screws here, and you'll get some 5 metal studs, and then you'll get a short one with a plastic stud. And it's very important you put the short one with a plastic stud here. Put the studs in, and then the actual surge protection device sits on top of these, and then you put the screws back in. So that's anchored in place. And you've got one more thing on here, which is not shown. Ah, yes, here. This cable here. This cable plugs into the, sorry, not that cable where I'm looking. It's not shown on here. I'll show you on another picture. I'll show you this one briefly. There's a cable here. See this cable? So there's also a cable on here that connects onto here, and that connects to the communication board. And what that does is, should this then fail, or should there be a surge and this unit does what it does, it's a sacrificial unit, then you'll receive a notification or an error to say that this unit has failed, it needs to be changed. So this is the AC side, and this is the DC side now. And again, it's the same thing. Remove the screws. You put on the metal threads, and remember, you'll get a plastic one and a short one. You put those on. You then screw the unit on, and don't forget to plug it in. And same as the DC side and the AC side all together, if you have an issue, a surge, and this unit does its job and fails, or sacrifices itself, you'll get an error saying that it's happened. So it's a very good piece of kit there. So if you do have a lightning strike, it will notify you that you've had one. So that is the three-phase inverter, the 3033.3, that's coming to you, that should be available with you very, very soon. If there's any questions on this before I move on, please let me know, or would you rather I carry on? Nope, no questions. Okay, can't see anything. So okay, so this is the energy meter. We use Modbus to connect. Basically, Modbus is just a connection as such that we have. We'll skip that one, and we'll look at this. These inverters, no matter what inverter you have, it will allow you to use the energy meter, and this is the energy meter you're familiar with. Okay, and the position of this energy meter is important. If you put it at the grid, you're going to measure the import and export. If you put it on a load, you'll measure the consumption. So export and import is what comes in and what goes out. You don't have to have a limit set. It will basically, it will register what's going in and out. You can set an export limit. So if you have a threshold that you can't export more than 50 kilowatts, you can set 50 kilowatts. And what will happen is the inverter will then, this isn't the brains, this is the brains. The inverter will then power down, okay, to 50 kilowatts. So let's go back one, sorry. Turn the wheel the wrong way. So export and import, you've got consumption, consumption meter, self-consumption, production meter, all the different places you put it. If you put it on the circuit feeding the inverter, that will be production. If you put the meter at the grid, that will give you import and export. If you put it at the load, it will give you consumption. So this is the meter here. What's been confusing some people is that we have the lights of 1, 2, 3 from left to right. But if you look at the CTs here, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. So it's 1, 2, 3. Can be confusing putting the CTs in the wrong place. And likewise, L1, L2, L3. So these should all have labels on, so there shouldn't be an issue. There was some initial problems where the confusion was that the embossed, oops, let's go back, sorry, the embossed 1, 2, 3 wasn't bold enough so people couldn't see it. So CT1, CT2, CT3, L1, L2, L3. And then you've got your BAG connections here that we've spoken about before. So same terminology and terminating the cables as with the follower and leader. Now you do need CTs, current CTs, and they are 0.333 volt CTs. So you can't use ratio CTs. They must be 0.333 CTs. And you can get them from SolarEdge anyway, so it shouldn't be a problem. Yes, so the voltage is 0.33, and you can get from 50, 70, 100, 200, 400 at the moment. Okay. So what do you get in the box? You get your meter, you'll get your DIN rail mounting kit, you get 4 screws, and you get an instruction. Let's go back. Oh, sorry. Wrong button. What's going on now? So the guide here is actually available online, and likewise comes with the box, and you can access it. Videos, there's plenty of videos to watch to show you how to connect it, set up videos as well. Okay, so metering applications. So in order to get the accurate values, the CT must be put in the right place. So this will be for production, as I said. That is then measuring this. So it's measuring on that circuit. We do import and export. It's measuring what's going in and out from nearest to the grid. And all the measurements are then sent back to the inverter. For consumption, it's placing the CT next to the loads. And again, all the information is then sent back to the inverter. I think the screen's moving a little bit quick here. Measurements go back to there. So connection options. We use RS485. We are working on a wireless meter, but at the moment this needs to be hardwired. So hardwired from the BAG here to the BAG of the inverter. You can also use one RS485. So you remember we spoke about the RS485 on the inverter 1 and RS485 2, and we used RS485 for follower and leader. We then use the RS485 2 to go to the meter. So you can have 2 buses is what we call them. This is one bus, this is one bus, and this is the other bus. So you don't need an expansion card. You did with the display inverter, but you don't with these. These have got 2 buses on them, 1 and 2. Okay, if you use a gateway, so this here is showing a CCG a gateway, and basically you've got this as the leader now, and this is a follower. This is a follower using RS485 and then this is using RS485 to the meter. So this again has RS485 and RS485 on them. So you can either use the inverter or you can use the gateway. So let's have a look at what all the bits are. And you can see on here, I already mentioned that it was back to front here. So L1, L2, and L3. And L1, L2, and L3. So just be very careful when you connect it. Naturally, you would assume, and I would assume, that because the LEDs are 1, 2, 3, that this would be 1, 2, 3. But unfortunately, it's not. So please don't get caught out there. You may be able to see the flashing lights. I hope you can. And this means green is on and off. That's normal. The yellow, number 2, is on and off. Is communication is okay. And number 3 is yellow, energy management. Blink indicates a change in total energy measured. So all good. So green is good, flashing is good, and flashing is good as well. Okay, and then you can just see here a little bit more bold here, the L1 CT and L2 CT. So these now have labels on to make sure we don't make a mistake. We've also got the dip switches on the side, and these dip switches here give the ID. So you can see on the setup here for RS485 for meter 1, the device ID we've put is 2, and you can see the device ID is 2. Ah, that's annoying now. That's 2. Okay, if you wanted to give it ID 3 or ID 1, you would flip them up and then change that to 1 or 3. These are factory set as 2, so all of these come out from the factory as 2 and it automatically sets as 2, but just make sure that you have got a 2 written on here. If you want to have 2 meters, you can have another meter and you can have the next meter as number 1, change that to 1, and another meter, change that to 3 and put that as 3. Okay. The other thing is the end of line terminations. You remember on the communication board I showed you, we said RS4851, make sure you put the switch up. RS4852, make sure you put the switch up. So this is the end of line for this as well. And they are both up. Okay. So make sure that if you are connecting these, you put them both up. They should be. It comes as not terminated, so they will be both up basically, and then you need to decide which one you want, and then you would switch it. Okay. if you haven't done this, this is one of the peculiar things of SolarEdge. You haven't necessarily done this, it will still work. If you forgot to do the switches on the communication board, it will still work, but it's advisable to do the DIT switches. So meter installation. You don't need a big cable. It's a very small load. I would say no more than 3 amps, not 20. I would say no more than 3 amps to actually power the actual, where we gone? Sorry, wrong way. To actual power the meter. So let's go back to here. So we need no more than, I would say 3 amps to actually power this. Even for the 3-phase, we don't need to be 20 amps. 20 amps is what they recommend, but it doesn't take that much. Okay, let's get back to where we were. So mounting the meter, installing the current transformers and wiring it, very simple.
Jason,
yes.
sorry for interruption.
Okay.
We just got one more question. So one attendee would like to clarify.
Yes.
So is it the same smart meter for 1 and 3-phase?
Yes, exactly the same, yes.
Okay.
One point to note is that when you use the 3-phase situation, you must use a proper L1, you must use a proper L2, and you must use L3. So on here, it must be L1. We can't link L1, L2, and L3 together for 3-phase installations. It must be separate. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Let me go back one. Where was I? Bit of trouble with the clicker. Here we go. So this is a DIN rail mounting kit that you get, and these are the screws that you would screw to the mounting kit and then to put in the DIN rail. I think that's self-explanatory, really. Most of us are familiar with DIN rail. The older meters, we never used to use DIN rail. You could mount directly to the back of the box, but these ones here, you can put in a consumer unit or you can put in an enclosure, so it's no problem. Again, these are the mounting holes here. With the bracket that's supplied. This particular CT, let's go back one, is a 200 amp, and you can see on here it's 0.333 volts. So this is important that you have the 0.33 volts, because if you don't, it won't read. You've also got an arrow which is pointing to source. So this is the arrow here, okay? And that means that that must face the grid. So you must have this facing the grid. And these have a hinge on here, so they unclick and then they hinge on. But that's really it. That's the important things. Make sure this is facing the source. Make sure these are clicked on, and choose the appropriate ampage for your particular system. As I said, we go down as low as 50 amps and we can go up to 400 amps. Now, if you do need something larger, we have a CT that supports up to, I think it's 4,000 amps. It's a Rogowski coil. And if you want to email me, or I will share these details, and you will get sent these details, so I can share that at the end. I'm sure I'll be sending my presentation, and I'm sure we'll get some questions that you'd like to ask. So that's no problem. When you put the CTs, as I've said, make sure that you have the CT. So remember, this is 1, 2, and 3, and make sure that they go on the right phases. And likewise, L1, L2, and L3, make sure they go on the right phases. If you don't, it affects the measurements, okay? So this L1 must be the same as this L1 here. Okay, L1, L1 must be the same. And then these are your BAG here, which is your, got it slightly wrong. G was ground, B is minus, and A is plus. And they must be a twisted pair, and they go to the inverter. And again, if you use Cat5, Cat6 cable, this distance can be 100 meters. If you use RS485 cable, this distance can be 1,000 meters. Bit more about the CTs here. The CTs actually plug straight in, and you see you've got a black and white. White goes in here, black goes in here. Bit more about the BAG here. So you can see this is the inverter communication board. Remember, we were talking about the dip switches earlier. RS4851, RS4852, RS4851 this side, RS4852 here, you can see. So you make sure you choose the right one. Also, when using setup, make sure that you use the right when you select setup that you choose. If your meter is connected to RS4851, then you go communication RS4851. If you go communication RS4852, what you're doing is you're telling the communication board that you've got the cables connected to here. So it's not a problem. You can either remove the cables, put them in here, or you can go back in and configure it as RS4851. I did that one. Meter configuration. So we're going to look at this now. So remember, we had monitoring communication. That's to get to the internet. That's to get outside the outside world. This one here is for site communication to other inverters, to gateways, to meters. So on here, you've gone site communication, RS4851, RS4852. So you can see the two RS485s on here. We've selected one. It's come up protocol. And then we then click on here and we want multi-devices. You've got the option of having a non-SolarEdge logger here as well. If you click on SolarEdge, that is for the follower leader. So you go multi-devices, and then you've got protocol multi-devices here. It's add Modbus device, and you've either got the option of a meter or a battery. You select meter, because that's what you want. And then you go to the next one, and it's got meter function. Oops, sorry, let's go back. Meter function. You would then select export and import. Okay, so that would be export import. You then look at device ID 2. This is to do with the dip switches. Do you remember I said about dip switches need to be 1, 2, or 3? It comes factory set as number 2. And then the CT rating is whatever value your CT. So the one picture I showed you said 200, so you would put 200 in here. And that's it's pretty straightforward. And you can take screenshots of every bit as you go, or record as you go. So it's pretty straightforward, I think. And here's another explanation of what the different terms are. So the main one you'll have is import, export and import. Meter is installed at the grid connection point and reads pulses from both directions. So they are bidirectional, so they will read information coming in and information going out. What else have we got? ID and current rating. We spoke about this just to make sure that I've made it clear. The device ID is here. If you put the wrong device ID in, put number 1, it's going to be looking for a device called 1. If you put 2 in, it knows it's 2. And it will come up as errors anyway. You will come up as an error. And then we've got CT rating 100. Again, you put the right CT rating in. And then you can check it all. You can go to your main commissioning screen. You've got the country language pairing and things on there. Go down to status, and you can see RS485, 1 of 1 devices. So you know you've got 1 device on there connected 1 of 1. RS452, none, which is good. You've then got import meter at the bottom, and you've got ID2, and then you can see on here it's got OK and the status. We'll just quickly look at the troubleshooting. Things that could go wrong is you'll have communication error. You won't have OK communication error, and that could either be because dip switches are set wrong, it's not configured correctly on the setup, so you put the wrong ID in, or you've got RS4851 or two in the wrong place, I wouldn't think it's going to be water damage or sealing problems. It's probably going to be you've either put the wrong dip switch on here, or you've put the wrong cables in the wrong place. And don't forget, you need to make sure if it's three-phase that L1, L2, and L3 are correct. And the last one on here is checking if the values are correct. So make sure that the black and white CT cables are in the right place, and make sure that they're not in coils. Make sure that they're not wrapped around the AC cables and things like that. And that's pretty much it. That's I've gone over time, but that's what I had down on here for these two. For the inverter and for the meter. I'm just going to check my notes very quickly, if you just bear with me. Okay. So I've got 11:15 is my time, so I'm going to keep going, if that's okay. So this is arc fault circuit interruption. And this is basically what I was talking about, how the inverter goes hand in glove with safe DC. Without this, without the safe DC, all you're doing is notifying there's an arc. So with the safe DC, what it does is it powers down the inverter, reduces the voltage, reduces the current. So it eliminates the risk of an arc basically by removing the current. It's very easy to set on the inverter. It's actually a standard in North America, the UL 1699B. It's not standard in the UK yet. It's not standard in Europe yet. But I am on one of my many roles I have with SolarEdge. I'm on various committees, and I am on the International Electrotechnical Committee and also the British Standard Committee, and we are voting on bringing in a arc detection standard to Europe and to the UK. We can do this, as I said, on our inverters all the way back to 2016. So it's very easy to do. Just go to your commissioning page. Said on here, we've got maintenance. Click on maintenance. Arc fault circuit interrupter is disabled. You enable it. Click on enable, and it's done. Okay. There's two types of arc fault. There's automatic and there's manual. Manual one would be if we selected manual. If there was an arc detected on the site, the inverter would power down, the voltage would reduce from, say, 750 volts down to 50, and the current would reduce down to 200 milliamps, and the inverter would just sit there. Now, what you would do is you would go to site and you would check it out, and then you would reset it and it would work. Or if you didn't do that, you would leave it 24 hours, and the next morning it would do its wake-up check and it would start again. Now, the one we recommend is the automatic reconnection. Now, it doesn't mean that if there's an arc, it's going to connect automatically. What it means is, if it discovers an arc, the inverter will do, as I said, it will drop down the voltage and drop down the production, so below 50 volts, and the current will be 200 milliamps, and it will be perfectly safe. And hopefully by doing this quickly enough, you'll stop the arc, and then you'll stop the risk of fire. Because as you know, fire needs three things. And by stopping the arc, you're stopping one of the three things, basically. So what it will do is now in safe mode, and the inverter will then try and start again. So it goes through the first arc check. It checks to see if there's an arc still present. If there isn't, then the inverter starts. If there is another arc, it stops. It waits 30 seconds. Then it will wait a minute the next time it tries to start. Then it will make 2 minutes, and then it will wait 5 minutes. And after the fifth time, it will just stop, and it will wait, come up as an alert, error 150 or error 151. And basically that you'll see that on your inverter screen. should you go to site. You'll see that on the monitoring. And as I said, it will wait there until the next morning and it will try and start again. So if you've got an ARC, by setting it to automatic reconnection, all you're doing is you're giving it 5 options to reconnect. If it's on manual, you have 1 option, and as soon as it detects an ARC, it turns off. So always set it to automatic, and it will be fine. One of the questions I often get asked is why isn't this set as standard? Well, we are looking at making it a standard. So on our firmware, as soon as you add on the latest firmware, it will automatically set ARC detection to automatic. So it's something you won't have to do. But by all means, please do this. Please check that the ARC faults is enabled. It's a free product from SolarEdge, so please do it. It's certainly a good idea to do it, good practice to do it. Right, I'm just checking my timings now. Okay, so we're going to have a look at the storage 3-phase inverter. So we looked at the commercial 3-phase inverter, the 30 kilowatt and the 33.3. This is a residential storage 3-phase. We will have a commercial 3-phase inverter coming out soon. Sorry, we'll have a commercial option. We've already got the inverter, we just need to put the batteries on it. So I don't want to confuse you there. So the inverters that I've shown you earlier today, they are all ready for storage, for commercial storage. This one I'm showing you now is a 3-phase residential inverter, okay? These are the products we've got. So the storage 3-phase inverter is here, and it looks exactly the same as an inverter, but it's actually like a lot longer. And if you imagine here, this is the bottom of a normal inverter line. We've actually got the enlarged length on it, and in here is a DC-DC converter, and it's got some controls in here, the management battery system in there as well. The electricity meter, we've covered this morning. I think that's pretty straightforward. No change here. And then we've got the battery options here. So we've got 48-volt battery, LG Chem or BYD. And I've got some details of what batteries are available coming soon. So the next couple of slides. So these are the options we've got. 5 kilowatt, 7 kilowatt, 8 kilowatt, or 10 kilowatts. These are AC coupled and DC coupled. Should you wish to use AC coupled, I would recommend that you only purchase the 5 kilowatt one. The reason for this is because that is the most that the inverter will put back with the batteries. If you use a 10 kilowatt battery, 10 kilowatt inverter, and you put the AC coupled version, you're still only going to get 5 kilowatts from the battery. So for AC coupled, only use the 5 kilowatt. That's what we recommend. For DC coupled, you can use the 5, 7, 8, and 10. As it says under here, 5 kilowatt battery power. 12-year warranty with it, consumption metering available as well. Underneath is slightly different. What we have underneath is we have 2 additional glands, and these are for the DC battery connections. So, yes, of course. Yes. Of course. Okay. Okay, so DC coupled inverter is when we have the PV array connected directly to the inverter, and also the battery is connected directly to the inverter, and we're using the DC array to charge the battery. AC coupled is when we have no DC array connected to the inverter. We're just using the energy from the grid to go through the inverter to store into the batteries. So this would be if maybe there was a third-party inverter, maybe a different manufacturer of inverter on site with PV, and then you install the SolarEdge AC coupled inverter so it can then charge from the grid via the grid into the inverter, then into the battery. Also, if you have a SolarEdge system on site already, you can install this as an AC coupled inverter, and then you can connect using follower and leader to the inverter that's on site, the existing SolarEdge inverter on site, and to this one here. So AC coupled means it charges from the grid only. DC coupled means it charges from the DC, but does have the option of charging from the grid as well. Okay. Right. So underneath, as I said, it looks very similar. It's slightly different because we have two large glands here, and these are for the battery. One cable in each one, plus and minus, and we're limited to 35mm cable for these. Okay, and I'll explain in a couple of slides when I've got the right pictures that make it a little bit easier. The communication board is exactly the same. It's the same communication board we use in all models, from the 1 kilowatt inverter up to the 100 kilowatt inverter. It's exactly the same communication board. Same options available: cellular in here, Wi-Fi here, PRI for reduction of the inverter, so from 100%, 60, 30, 0, and to turn it on and off remotely, and then RS485 1 and 2 on here, and here's your Ethernet. So it's exactly the same. The addition for this inverter is there is another communication board here for CAN bus. That's here. We work on this side. All our other stuff is Modbus, okay? But this is CAN bus, so it's slightly different. So this is what it looks like. Here's your energy meter, which we've covered.
Jason,
yes.
Sorry, just a question, excuse me, please. So you told that storage will be compatible with SolarEdge battery, and I suppose that there is an answer on my question on this slide. I was going to ask about the compatibility with other batteries producer.
Okay, so I will explain that later on. This particular storage inverter is what we call low voltage, so it's 48 volts. If you're familiar with the other storage system we already have, which is single phase, that's high voltage, that's 400 volts. So for this particular one, it's only the 48 volt batteries that will be to be used, and I do have a couple of slides showing you which ones they are. So hopefully I'll be able to answer that in a couple of slides. If I don't, please let me know. Okay. So here's your energy meter here. Here's the monitoring platform. Again, the monitoring is free. Here's your inverter. These are the loads. This is a DC coupled system, as you can see, because we've got the array, we've got the optimizers going to the inverter, and then we've got CAN bus going here and 48 volts here. So this would be in a commercial system or a three-phase system. This will be 750 volts coming down to here to the inverter. The inverter then does some magic in the bottom bit here and then puts it out as 48 volts. To either the LG battery or the BYD battery. Now, you can see on here that we support, at the moment, the 3. Yes. Oh, it's okay. No problem. Okay. So currently we have 3.3, 6.5, and 10, and this is on firmware 4.8. We're on the verge of 4.11, so that should be next week. 4.11 should be next week it's released. So again, we've also got the LG13. We've got BYD LV 3.57, 10.5 and 14. And then in a couple of slides, you'll see some more information on batteries. So I will explain later on. And this is basically what it looks like. Here's your meter again. CT's on the L1, L2 and L3. BYD back to the inverter. Then we've got the battery connections plus and minus, and then the CAN bus. Then we've got the PV array here. And then we've got the mod bus here, BAG communication to the inverter. So that's basically what it looks like. There's your single phase loads and 3-phase loads as well. CT's on here as such. So let's see what else. And then communication. We don't use Zigbee Gateway. Some of you may still be able to purchase this. It's still available as a product. We haven't discontinued any Zigbee products as such, but it's very difficult to get hold of it, okay? So I will remove this from the slide. So please ignore Zigbee Gateway. It will be Wi-Fi, okay? So how do we install this? So we'll look at mounting the inverter, installing the battery, connecting the inverter to AC to DC, connecting the battery to the inverter, and commissioning by setup. As I said, the very first slides were that setup is the basics of all SolarEdge inverters now. Once you've done a couple of SolarEdge inverters with setup, it will all become second knowledge to you. Very, very simple. So some rules. The maximum length of cable run from the inverter to the battery, and this is the DC we're talking about, is 5 meters. And that must be 35 mil cable. Nothing else on that one. You'll notice it's a similar bracket here that we're using for all the inverters. So it should be exactly the same bracket as what you're familiar with. Bracket goes on the wall, inverter hooks on, we have some screws to fix on, and at the bottom we've also got a couple of brackets that you fix on the bottom just to support it. Taking the covers off, you can see how this is like the normal inverter part here, and then below this is the battery conversion and management system here. So what we've got is 35 mil. I know it says 50 mil on here, but 35 mil, 5 meter distance. The CAN bus cable actually comes in a 5 meter length and literally plugs into the inverter and then plugs into the battery. The maximum you can have is 30 meters, but as the DC and the CAN bus cable are both going exactly the same route, they're going to be the same length. Here's the array here, here's the meter, and here's the RS485 cable here as well. So installing the battery, this will all be in the manual as well. Just make sure that you turn the inverter off, you turn the AC off as well. And you put all the most important one is that you put all the dip switches in their right positions before mounting the battery. So it makes it easier for you to do. One of the other tips is to mark the polarity on the DC cables, just to make sure that you get the right cables at both ends. And then for the AC side, there's a little tunnel. You need to just unclip the tunnel and that removes. That allows you then to feed the cables into the gland and then along the AC tunnel and terminate at the top into the AC. And then don't forget to put the tunnel back on. So you can see the end of the tunnel here. So once you've done that, don't forget to put the ferrite beads on as well. Okay, and then terminate as you would normally and do the gland up tight as well. Doesn't have to be super tight, just finger tight. And make sure that it's sealed. Make sure that the grommet is the right dimension for the cable you're using as well.
Jason,
Yes.
we have a question from the attendee. It's about storage. So basically, they would like to know if storage support the backup function, if it works during the blackout and can supply the energy from the battery.
Okay, so I can tell you a secret. We are working on our own backup product. There is a product out there called Enwitech that works with our off-grid or backup inverter. So this is a different inverter. But the backup product that we're working on, single phase and three phase, will be retrofittable to all SolarEdge inverters. Okay. So the current product we have is I will show you at the end of the presentation, is a off-grid inverter or on-grid inverter that you use with an Enwitech box for backup. But the backup device that SolarEdge are working on, single and three phase, will be retrofittable to all SolarEdge inverters. So you could use this particular product, and then when the backup product comes out, you can then go back to site and fit it. So we don't support backup at the moment, but we will do. It's very close to coming to you, maybe 6 months, 8 months away at the most. So by the middle of next year, backup will be on the streets and you will be able to purchase it. Okay, so DC for the PV string is as normal. That plugs straight into here. You can see on here you've got the communication glands, and then you've got the battery cable as well. And don't forget to put the ferrite on the battery cables once they're inside the inverter. We'll cover this later on as well. So for communication, well, again, I'm going to bore you with it. Dip switches, make sure your dip switch is in the right place. If you're using RS4851, dip switch 1, RS4852, dip switch 2. There's your meter here in an enclosure using BAG connections for here. They then communicate to the inverter. So it's the same thing. BAG all the way through, very standard. A twisted pair from for either connecting to the meter, connecting to the follower and leaders. It's a very simple system. So this is slightly more tricky, and we've discovered that it's a lot easier to do it this particular way. And the particular way that we've discovered is that you get your battery cable, you crimp the end, the lug, you put the heat shrink on it, and then you, yes. Ah, sorry, okay. Okay, so we've discovered there's an easy way to do this, to put the gland cable, to put the cables through the gland. And the easiest way is that you would put the terminate the cable here by using a crimp, so a crimp plug. Once you've done that, you then need to put the heat shrink on it, so you insulate it so it's safe. Then when you've done that, you remove the top cover for the battery terminations, and you pass the other cable through the bottom. So you pass it through and then you terminate these here. We found that this is easier passing the cable through than having the cable here, cutting it to the right length, putting the through crimp, putting the crimp on it, and then putting the heat shrink on it. So also don't forget the ferrite. So this is the way that we recommend. You crimp the cable, you put the heat shrink on it, you pass it through the ferrite coil, and then you pass it through the gland. That's the easiest way we found to do it. The battery itself is very straightforward. Battery cover comes apart and your CAN bus connection goes into here. Remember, that's on the inverter, this one here, that's the CAN bus. And you have some dip switches here. Now, it's important to note The dip switch that is ringed here, okay, relates to the type of battery you have. So BYD, this must be up. For LG Chem, it must be down. Okay, it's very easy to set the dip switches on the battery before you install it, and likewise on the inverter. If you know you've got a LG Chem battery, this particular bit here is in the inverter here at the bottom. Just make sure LG is down, BYD is up. And we've got the other dip switches here, okay, to make sure these are on as well. And here's the CAN bus being installed and plugged into here. So a bit of configuring and troubleshooting. So these are a couple of things that we found that would help, basically. And that is to switch off everything first. To switch off the inverter, switch off the battery, make sure everything's turned off. And then you need to perform a firmware update. And I'll show you that on a couple of slides. They're coming. So make sure everything is off. And then make sure that it's activated. So you activate the inverter. Inverter configuration. So go to maintenance, go to firmware upgrade from server, and this will download onto the inverter. It's only initially we need to do this, and that's basically because it's a new product. But once you've once it's been out on the market, I would say by Christmas time, there will be no need to do this, but this is only for now. So firmware upgrade from server, and it downloads, load and save configuration, load configuration, and it saves. So that's the only additional things. Again, all this is in the manual. It's all on videos. It's all straightforward, things like that. And then the only other thing you need to do is you need to go to Energy Manager. You then need to go to MSC, which stands for Maximum Self-Consumption, or Time of Use. Again, backup only, that's available on here. And once we have the product out, you will be able to use this. So we are releasing a backup product, and it should be here by, I would say, the end of H1, beginning of H2 next year. Storage control. Yes. Yeah. So the next thing is storage control. This means that you can charge from your grid. So we have to be able to charge from the grid to keep your battery alive. Your battery has a state of energy limit. And if you use all your battery and it goes below a certain limit, it makes it impossible for the battery to recharge. So grid is enabled, as on here, and you can have your AC charge limit, and you can set a percentage on here of what you want. The average is, I think, 10% is the state of energy charge that's left. And then we've got on here charge limit of 20% PV. So there's just the other settings that you can add. Again, all this is in the manual, and hopefully it will be in your language very, very soon. Then you can just go to configuring the battery, CAN communication. You've got on here what type of battery it is, and the more batteries that are added, you'll have other batteries underneath. Select the batteries you want, and that's pretty much it. And then that's it. That's pretty much it. We've got the antenna installation here. One of the problems we've discovered is that because this inverter is so long, is that the antenna cable, which would connect to roughly about here onto the Wi-Fi, isn't long enough to go to the bottom and to go all the way to the top again. So what's happened is we need to install a bracket, and you remember there's a bracket at the bottom that you can fix the inverter to the wall with. You can either install a bracket onto the wall, or install a bracket onto here, or clip the antenna onto here, or screw the antenna onto the wall. It has a hole underneath to support the antenna. We don't supply a bracket, but if you wanted to install a bracket, you could do. It's no problem whatsoever. But just mount the antenna at the bottom here, as long as the cable will let you. For monitoring, if you've not seen the monitoring portal with a battery, this is what you see. This information here is given by the meter. As soon as you install the SolarEdge meter, which we did earlier, you'll get the array, you'll get the home, and you'll get the grid. Now this is also, when I say home, it's the site. It could be commercial, could be anything. This is what it would be. Because you've got battery storage, you also get this other section at the bottom for a battery. So we can see on here that the PV array is doing 6.9 kilowatts. The battery is at 100%, and the home is using 0.54, and that means the balance is going to the grid. If you had an export limit on here of 0, then the inverter would ramp down to level with the consumption here. So as the consumption increases, the inverter would ramp up. That's only if you have an export limit, and obviously once the battery is full. So this is fully charged and midday. This will be your evening discharging, where the PV array is no longer working because it's nighttime. Your consumption for the home is 0.22, and your battery is providing 0.16, and some of it is coming from the grid. So as your consumption increases for your home, as this value increases, it will come from the battery, and some may come from the grid depending on how quickly you turn your device on. So if you go and turn on your oven, your cooker, and your electric shower and your kettle, and then you turn on your heating, your battery is not going to be able to cope with all that, so some will come from the grid. So what to pay attention to? What are the things that we've learned? And it's very, very important to make sure that the battery circuit breaker is on. Don't forget that. It's very important to configure the dip switches. Remember, there was a different one for the BYD position and a different one for the LG position. Make sure these, that's these dip switches here we're talking about on here. And make sure these are all set to on as well. So as it says here, if you don't follow the battery manufacturer's instructions, communication between the battery and the inverter may not work properly. And it will be something as daft as or silly as not having these dip switches. So what we've learned is, as an installer, we would say to the installer, once you configure the dip switches, take a picture of this bit here. And then you can see, yep, I did it to the right one. I've turned these on and I've put this for the right inverter. So take a picture of this and it makes it a lot easier. You need to ground the cable as well. And the inverter has a grounding hole here. Okay, so make sure this is secure. Make sure that this is in place and tight. And also make sure that your ferrite bead is installed on the AC cable. Make sure that there's no mechanical strain on these connections here. Make sure they're not pulling on the connections. And that's pretty much it. Just as you would a normal connection, just treat it as a normal connection. When we spoke about installing the DC cables, and we said that we would terminate them, so we would put the crimp on, we would then put the heat shrink on here, pass them through the ferrite coil, and then pass them through the gland. It's a lot easier to do that, especially with the cross-sectional wear of the cable. And we recommend using 35mm cable. And the maximum distance of this is 5 meters, remember. So the battery has to be very close to the inverter. Pay attention to the polarity. We said at the initial thing, mark both ends of your cable. So both pluses on the cable for the battery and both minuses on the cable for the battery, just so we don't get the wrong connection we don't get a plus and minus connected. So additional product information. So compatible batteries. I did say on the slide earlier that I had some more information, and I do. So at the moment for LG Chem, we have compatible models of ResU 6.5, ResU 10, 3.3 and 13, and these are on 4.7 and 4.9. So likewise, BYD battery box LV 3.5, 7, 10.5 and 14. These are all available now. We can use these because we are on 4.9 firmware. Now when we get to 4.11, which should be next week, we will have LVS4, LVS8, LVS12, LVS16, LVS20, and LVS24. So when we get 4.11, which should be next week, we will be able to use the BYD batteries here. Okay. Compatibility. As you can see on here, we've got the headings available. Yes. Oh, okay.
Jason?
Yes.
What about BioNTech? Will SolarEdge work with this battery?
Okay, so if I can go back, these are the ones we're releasing at the moment. In the slides I mentioned that we would release a firmware and a data sheet for a generic battery. So that will be coming under the generic battery headings. So as soon as we've released the BYD on 4.11, then we'll be working on a generic battery, and hopefully that will cover the other battery manufacturers out there. Okay. So compatibility. So these are when they're available. Maximum self-consumption, which is MSC. Charge, discharge profile, this is time of use. Zero export limitation, this means that you can't export to the grid. Non-zero, so it just means that you can export or not export, or you can export at a particular value. So whatever value you set on the inverter. So at the moment, basic, so this is all supported. Multiple PV inverters, so this is having a storage three-phase inverter, and other storage three-phase inverters are supported. So we support this. Yes. Multiple inverters, so more than one inverter. Yeah. Yeah. So this is more than one inverter. So you can have other three-phase inverters on the site, and then you can add the residential three-phase storage inverter as well. You can also have smart energy. These are your hot water heaters. These are your relay plugs. These are your plug-in devices, your hardwired devices, and your relay devices. And these are not zero export limitation because they have to have a small amount of export to work. So AC coupled storage systems, and you remember that AC coupled is predominantly comes from the grid, whereas DC coupled can come from the DC and from the grid. So this is available. AC coupled is not under time of use at the moment. So you can't set a particular time it needs to come on or go off. that's only maximum self-consumption, so that works on as it happens. Multiple storage inverters. So this is more than one storage inverter. So the inverters we're just looking at now, so it's more than one of these will be available in 4.11 and higher. And as I said, that should be out next week. And then multiple batteries per inverter. It should be Q1 2021. So this is more than, so you could have your LVS 24 kilowatt, more than one of those, maybe two, maybe three of those. And that will all be supported Q1 next year. So at the moment, the only things we're not supporting are more than one, so multiple storage inverters, the ones we just looked at, and multiple batteries. And that should be available in 4.11, which is next week. And this should be beginning with Q1. And then we've got supported configurations. So DC coupled, we've spoken about. AC coupled to SolarEdge inverter. We've got AC coupled to non-SolarEdge inverter. So if there's a different manufacturer inverter on there, you can put this storage device as AC coupled on there. Single storage inverter is supported now, and multiple ones will be supported on 4.11. At the moment, these are the supported batteries, 3 kilowatt to 14 kilowatt on 4.8, 4.9, and we're also, as I said here, generic battery data sheet and firmware will come at a later time. So anything that's not LG or BYD should be supported at a later time. I don't have a date for that, unfortunately, but I know that's what we're working on afterwards. And then just to remember, the inverter ratings are 5, 7, 8, and 10. String design is exactly the same as a normal inverter. This works exactly the same as a normal inverter, and it does storage. Residential systems up to 11.25 in one string, so exactly the same as a normal one. DC oversizing is 135%, and these are in your designer now. I finished a little bit early. I've got 5 minutes according to my schedule here. So if there's any questions or anything anyone wants me to cover again, please do. If not, I've reached the end of the morning's presentation.
Діана, можеш, будь ласка, запитати, чи є запитання у...
I have understood that we're finishing in 4 minutes. If I've got that time right, please let me know, because I can carry on. Yes.
Артем Терещенко, мы сейчас дадим возможность спросить вопрос, задать вопрос.
Okay.
Разрешили?
That's okay, no problem. 143. Okay. Yes. So DC AC oversizing, what we mean by this is that you can have an example is a 100 kilowatt inverter with 135 kilowatts of DC panels. Why you would need more panels than the size of the inverter is because of shading, because of weather conditions, because of maybe the angle of each module is different from the others. So you're giving the inverter more chance to reach the peak of 100 kilowatt. If you design a system with a 100 kilowatt array and a 100 kilowatt inverter, the chance of it reaching its peak are very slim. It will happen maybe twice a year. If you allow more modules onto the roof, so the more DC than the inverter is rated at, you have more chance of achieving your peak. So with the inverter we had previously, it was 150% oversizing, which meant you could have 150 kilowatts of DC modules on the roof, and the inverter will be rated at 100 kilowatts. So it gives you more opportunity to reach your peak of 100 kilowatt. So that's why oversizing is important. I think sorry.
Jason, excuse me, please. So just for you to know, we already have the question. So once you finish, I will tell.
Oh, yes. So please, yes, fire away.
We got a question regarding the load of the phases. The attendee is asking if it's possible that each phase will be loaded equally. If not, then how the difference between load will be compensated on each phase.
Okay, so they are loaded equally.
They must be loaded equally.
So do you mean from the battery discharge, or do you mean so the battery discharges equally?
The attendee mentioned during the work from the grid.
Okay, let's see if I can go back. Okay. I didn't realize how many slides we've gone through today. So I'll find a picture and see. So here we go. Okay. So the inverter will pop back equally. So the battery discharges equally across all three phases. If it's charging from the grid, again, it's equally across all three phases. So if you have an AC coupled one, it will charge from the grid equally into the inverter. We don't do separate discharge per phase. So although we monitor each phase, we don't discharge a separate amount per phase. It's all equal per phase. Does that help?
I think yes. Thank you, Jason.
Okay. Okay.
Jason, and we got one more question about the allowed oversizing. So it's not fully clear for one attendee, for instance, how many modules can be installed for 100 kilowatt inverter capacity.
Okay, so if the inverter was 100 kilowatts, it's 35% of that. So it works out to 135% DC modules. So it's just a percentage. So 35% of the inverter you can add on. So if it was a 27.6, 30%, 35% of 27.6 could be then added per inverter. if that makes sense. So it's just a ratio.
Got it. Thank you, Jason. So that was the last question for now. So I think we can have a break now.
Okay, so I'll stop sharing for now. And I'll leave it to you to take over. I believe we're starting in 45 minutes or thereabouts.
I suppose. Yes, at 40 minutes.
Okay.
Так, продовжуємо через 100. Семінар будемо продовжувати за 40 хвилин, тому повертайтеся вчасно. Початок о 14:00, друга частина. Поки Тому будьте готові, не пропустіть початок другої частини.
Ah.
Що там?
Okay.
Guys, I just got a lot of questions, I suppose. I can say like up to 10 questions from the customers, and they are asking if we can elaborate it a little bit more. So I would like to agree with you how we should do this. So I believe that it will be better to do it at the end when we have question and answer section, like for 1 hour, and then maybe unmute all the attendees so they will ask their question in Ukrainian or Russian, and then Diana will translate in English.
Okay. Yep.
Diana, do you think this way will be fine? Okay, I will write you in chat the questions that I have for now. Good.
Jason, we can start.
Okay. Sorry. Okay. So welcome back, everybody. We've got we're a little bit ahead of our slides, but I've got plenty to fill, so no problem there. So what we're going to look at the moment is accessories. So we looked at the inverters to start with. We've looked at the meters. Now we're looking at the extra devices. Some of them I've already mentioned, and we'll go into a little bit more detail, and other ones will be new. So here we go. So the first accessory is the commercial gateway, and you've already seen this in a couple of slides where it showed the meter could be connected to this, and this could then be connected to the inverters as the leader. So this can have up to 31 followers behind it. It has two RS485 connections, 1 and 2, just like the communication board of the inverters. But unlike the inverters, this still has a screen. So this is going to be eventually replaced for the screenless version, but this still has a screen, and you need to configure it and communicate using a slightly different method. If you're familiar with the display inverters, you already understand what this is here, but this is where you would press the button. So basically, you have an enter button here, you have a down button, an up button, an escape button. And to activate it, you can press any one of the 4 buttons and the screen will light up. If you want to go into the programming, what you need to do is to press and hold the enter button until it comes up enter password. Now the password is very straightforward. If you have very good eyesight, you can see that there's a number 1 on here, a number 2 on here, and a number 3. So you press and hold this till it says enter password, and then the password is 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2. Now you don't need to memorize this because this is in the manual, but once you've put the password in, then the screen pops up and you're allowed to go into the settings. So you'll be able to do your follow and leader, and also enter the meter here as well, and some other things. So the other additions on here on the bottom part is the sensors. So this allows you to put irradiant sensor, ambient temperature, module temperature sensor, which we'll look at later. On the top, we also have the same facility that the inverters do for power reduction interface. So you can have it on here. So this will be the leader, and then you still have to wire to the inverters as well. Moving around, we've got the SD card where you would put that in to update the inverter, Ethernet connection on here, and the DC power source. One of the things that this new gateway has that the old one didn't is you can remove the top cover, you can put a Wi-Fi connector in there, and you can also put the GSM module in there as well. So this can communicate via Ethernet, it can communicate via Wi-Fi, and it can communicate via GSM. This is some of the sensors on here. We've got the irradiant sensor here. I believe this is the module temperature one, and this is the ambient temperature one, and this is the wind velocity as well. They are fairly simple to wire and fairly simple to configure. You do need to read the manual, do need to make sure you've got the right information. You would have to put in the range on them for the different methods, but it's all in a manual. It's very self-explanatory. We do have some application notes as well, so it shouldn't be a problem at all whatsoever. The next accessory we've got is the firefighter gateway. Very popular in certain regions. In particular, it's very popular in the United Kingdom and in Sweden. Some of the other countries and regions don't pick up on it too much, but it's very important. And why is it important? Well, we've already spoken about the inverters themselves having safe DC. But what I didn't go into great detail about was how the mechanics of them work. As soon as you switch the inverter off underneath to the 0 position, the production will reduce down to 0, and the voltage of the inverter, say a commercial one that's 750 volts or 3-phase in particular, that drops down to 50 volts, and so does the current down to 200 milliamps. So that does if you switch the switch off. If you turn the AC isolator off or the AC power goes off, exactly the same thing will happen. The one difference will be the capacitors will not discharge because you're just turning the power off straight away. So you turn the AC isolator off, or you cut the power to the AC to the inverter, the string automatically goes down to 50 volts. The current automatically goes down to 200 milliamps. Likewise, if you unplug one of the strings when the inverter is in production, that string will then go down to 50 volts if it's running at 750 volts. Likewise, if you cut the DC strings, it will do the same thing as well. Or if you have a DC isolator, separate DC isolator, or you switch off the DC isolator on the DC safety unit. Doing all of those options, that will reduce the production of the inverter down to 0, and it will also lower the voltage down to 50 volts for 3-phase or 25 volts down for single phase. So all this is built in. That's all the safe DC technology. Now, if you add that to the arc fault detection, as soon as there's an arc, the inverter is automatically going to reduce production and lower the voltage, as we said, and lower the current. Now, the firefighter gateway, this links between your fire alarm control panel and also has the option of an emergency stop. And what this does is, if your fire alarm control panel goes into alarm mode, say there's a fire, there's an auxiliary contact in your fire alarm panel, and that will then send a signal either by opening a connection or closing a connection on the firefighter gateway. You can have it as normally closed or normally open. Once you do this, the firefighter gateway then sends a signal to all the inverters, and all the inverters reduce production. The voltage again drops down from 750 down to 50 volts, and the current drops down from, say, 15 amps down to 20 milliamps. And that can be done the same way by pressing the emergency stop or a firefighter gateway. It's particularly liked in the UK and Sweden because the screen up here shows the voltage. So it says 750 volts is written on here. When the emergency stop is pressed or the fire alarm is activated, the voltage goes down to 50 volts safe. So your firefighter or fire brigade or fire and rescue, when they come in, they look at the fire alarm panel, they see where the fire is, they see what zones, because you have a drawing of where the zones are. They also see the firefighter gateway next to the fire alarm panel, and they see, the PV is safe. That means our firefighters can go onto the roof, they can tackle, say, a roof fire, or they can go onto the roof and they can move panels, they can cut cables, they can do anything they want because they know that it's only 50 volts and it's safe to work on. So this is a big difference between ourselves and other manufacturers, is that we have the arc fault circuit interrupter that links to the safe DC, and also the firefighter gateway links to the safe DC as well. Now, you don't have to have the firefighter gateway to have safe DC, but what the firefighter gateway does is it allows you to connect to the fire alarm panel. So as soon as there is a fire, the PV turns off straight away. So if the fire was detected in the plant room on the roof, the inverters that were maybe housed in the plant room, they would then ramp down. So you know that you've got no issue with DC cables. If the DC cables were to melt because of a fire in an unrelated to PV somewhere else on the roof, and all the cables were exposed, that would instantly shut down the inverter, and the inverter would stop production, the voltage would reduce, and there'd be 200 milliamps of current. So there'd be no risk of arcing, and also there'd be no risk of danger to people working on the roof. So it's a very good product, the firefighter gateway, and it's very popular in most regions, in particular the UK and Sweden. Little bit more about the commercial gateway. You can have 100 meters of space between the Ethernet, between the router and the gateway, and then you can have up to 1 kilometer between the last inverter and the first gateway using RS485 cable. So RS485 cable, you can have 1 kilometer run. Ethernet is 100 meters, so Cat5, Cat6 is only 100 meters. The sensors, as I said, are quite easy to install. They are wired from the roof direct to the gateway. Each sensor has a different connection. So some have 12 volts, some have 5 volts. They wire a different way onto here, but it's all very self-explanatory, very easy to connect. This is an image showing the position of the sensors here. And as you can see, the problem with the sensors is that you're relying on this small area here to capture your irradiance level for the whole installation. And as you can see, you've got a different angle roof here. So you've got this particular irradiance isn't true for this reading over here. So this reading over here is going to be different from this. So if you've got the whole site being taken by this one reading here, it's going to give you an inaccurate reading. The other thing to note is that there's a lip on here, that this sensor is not level with the top of the panel, and it should be. The other thing to note is that you can see how this panel is now dirty in some areas, and if the irradiance sensor was to get dirty, then that would affect your reading as well. So there is a solution for this, and it's a performance ratio is the whole reading that you get using temperature and the irradiance. But there is a satellite performance ratio which is available from SolarEdge that it takes into account the global or not global, I should say, the local irradiance level for that area. It looks at the physical layout of the panels. It takes that into account, does lots of calculations, algorithms, and then gives you an accurate performance ratio. Bearing in mind, if you come to the roof and you clean this bit here, but you're not cleaning your panels, then you're also going to affect your performance ratio. So if you are interested in satellite performance ratio, it is on our website, and I will show you that at the end where to find it. Now, we're going to look at system design very, very briefly. We're not going to do the design webinar now, or go deeply into design, as I'm sure one of my colleagues has done that already, or if not, we will do it for you. So I'm just going to touch on it basically. So before I joined SolarEdge, I designed large PV installations for a very well-known branded supermarket in Europe, and we didn't use SolarEdge. We used a traditional inverter simply because it was believed to be cheaper. It didn't prove to be cheaper in the long run, but it believed to be cheaper at the time. We didn't take into account all the benefits of SolarEdge, like arc detection, the monitoring, and the support and the warranty, extended warranties. We just went for what we believed to be the right one at the time, which proved to be the wrong one. And I had to do lots of calculations. I had to do a survey of each site. I had to make sure there were no obstructions, no areas that could cause shading or things like that. And that was okay. I could then work out my strings, bearing in mind that each string had to be exactly the same length. I was limited to 1,000 volts, so I was probably only allowed to put maybe 20 or so, 21 modules per string. So it's very limited, and they all had to face the same directions. I'm sure you're all aware of these as well. And then when I'd go to site again after maybe some other trades have been there, maybe some air handling units have been installed, or maybe some lightning protection or things like that, we'd find that some of the modules were shaded and they had to be removed. And it was very difficult because then I had to make sure that all the strings were the same length, and it just became a bit of a nightmare. I'm glad to say that SolarEdge doesn't have any of those issues, because you don't need to have every string with the same amount of modules on it. You don't need to have every string facing the same direction, the same tilt, the same azimuth. They don't even need to be the same type module. As long as they're within the tolerances of the optimizer, that's fine. And you don't need to worry about shading, because, as you know, the sun moves. So therefore, what's shaded at 9, 10 o'clock is not shaded at 11, 12, and so on. So there's a great deal of flexibility. So all the design rules I used to have to live my life by, I no longer needed. SolarEdge made it so much easier for me. So what are the design rules? Basically, you must check the data sheet of the module, and you must check the data sheet of the optimizer. Some cases you can have 2 modules per optimizer. Some cases you can only have 1 module per optimizer. You must check that optimizer is compatible with the inverter, and so on. And then you have to do some calculations for design rules and things like that. But do you know what? You don't even need to do this. This is if you were to do it by pen and paper, but you can just use a designer. So we have a tool which is free to use called the Designer, and that allows you to design your installations using a 3D designer. So you literally draw the building that you want to put the modules on, you put the modules on, and the designer calculates exactly the best option for you, including storage as well. So you'll be able to calculate what it's like if you have storage. If you don't have storage, you can duplicate your designs. So you can have more than one. You can have one with A type of panel, another design with a B type of panel or module, another one with storage, and one without storage. It's entirely flexible. You just do the design once, and then you can duplicate it, and you can change it to your heart's desire. So you can do it pen and paper, or you can use a designer. So what have we got? These are the basic rules, the fundamental rules that you need to know. We're going to look at three-phase. We're not going to look at single-phase because predominantly this is your area here. So everything here is down to you. Now I'm going to see if I can use my pen on here. Pointer options. Okay. So this is what we're going to look at here. Okay. This area here. And points to note is anything with a bracket behind it with a number. So this has got number 8. This has got number 9. Okay. Refers to notes here. And it says for the 230 400 volt grid, it is allowed to install up to 13,500 watts, as long as there is no difference of 2,000 watts between each string. So we're saying here that the maximum string power per, maximum wattage per string is 11,250. But then we're also saying, but you can go up to 13,500 as long as there's no difference of 2 kilowatt per string. So 2 kilowatt, if you say, let's say it's a 300 watt panel or 330 watt panel, that's 6 modules. So if you've got strings with no more than 6 modules on them, you can go up to 13,500 watts. Now the designer does this automatically for you. You don't have to do anything. So which optimizers are we talking about here? Well, we're talking about single optimizers. So this is the P404, P405, P85, and P505. All of these together on one line mean that you can use all of these in one string. The one here, the P370, P401, and P500, again, they're all on one line. You can use those on one string. So the minimum, okay, minimum string length, the minimum of these is 16. Minimum of these optimizers here is 14, okay? And the maximum is 50. Okay, so most you can have is 50. But remember you got this figure here of 11,250. Now, let me just try something different. Here we go.
Jason?
Yes.
Can we ask the question?
Of course.
What the minimum PV power we should connect to the inverter? Or we should only take into account the number of optimizers?
So there is a minimum. These are the, it says up here for 15 kilowatt and above, the minimum DC is 11 kilowatt. Okay, so you must have, for the inverters we spoke about today, the SE30, the SE30 3.3, you must be above 11 kilowatt per string. Okay. I hope that answers that question. We'll look at the three-phase optimizers now, if you'll bear with me. So these are the commercial optimizers. So the ones we looked at before were residential. So you could have used those with the residential storage inverter that we saw. So for the 33 and the 30 kilowatt inverter, we're generally going to use these here. And again, it's the same warning label for 15 kilowatts and above. The minimum DC string, DC power should be 11 kilowatts. This is to stop. We had an issue in Sweden where people were installing 15 kilowatt inverters so they could install P600 optimizers, and then they would only need to put in 14 optimizers, and then they wouldn't have to pay the extra for single optimizers. So they wanted to be as cheap as possible. So they buy a 15 kilowatt inverter that allowed them to use commercial optimizers, and then they went for 14. The problem with this was that it needed 14 to work. So people weren't getting a production until maybe 9:30, and they were losing production at maybe 6:30, 7:00. What the efficient way should have been is that you buy the inverter that is correct for your situation. So remember the oversizing of 135%. So you can have 35% more DC. So you step down the inverter, you go to the right value, and then you would use the residential optimizers as such, but with 3-phase, where you had 14 P600s, that gave you 28 panels. You would only need 16 here, so 16 modules, whereas the previous one, you have to have 28. So if you have, yes. So if you use P600s, okay, or P650s, I should say, you need 14 optimizers. So 14 optimizers for this particular one would mean you have 28 modules, because there's 2 modules per optimizer. So that makes 28. If you then go to the residential one, you only need 16 of those modules. So that gives you another 8 plus 4 is 12 modules that can be in shade, that can be in darkness, that could then come into activation later on. So rather than having all 28 having to work straight away, you will only need 16. So this is why it's very important that you install the correct size 3-phase inverter, and then you do the you go for these optimizers here. Okay, you go for the single module optimizer. Although you need more of them and it's slightly more expensive, you will have a more efficient system. You will have a much better system. It's a big issue we had in Sweden, where installers were complaining that their system wasn't producing as much as they were expecting, and the reason was because they hadn't designed it correctly. So it's very important. If it's under 15 kilowatts, as it says under here, under 15 kilowatt inverter, 3-phase inverter, please use the residential optimizers, okay, the single optimizer per module. If it's a large system, and I've been led to believe that you're about 30 kilowatt system, then that won't be a problem. You can use the P650s and you can use 2 modules per optimizer. But if it's a small PV installation, please don't try and put a bigger inverter on there just to allow you to use the 2-to-1 option. So let's have a look and see if I can do some drawing. So my experience was, if we take let's take a panel, and we say that this panel is, let me just get the pen working. Maybe we won't. Oh, right. Apologies, I'm looking in the wrong place. My pen isn't zeroed in. So let me just erase this. Options, erase. Got to do it down here. Okay, right. It's going to be challenging, but we'll get there. So imagine that our panel is 330 watts. And the voltage of that panel is, say, 48 volts. Now we have a 1,000 volt, oops, ignore that one. We have a 1,000 volts divided by 48 equals 20.8 modules. So if you're doing a traditional design, the most modules you'll be able to have is 20 per string. Now, if we look at the SolarEdge rules, and we have the 330 watts, and then we divide the 11,250. So let's see where this goes. So 11,250, and then divide that. Oops, sorry, divide that by 330. That is, oh, well done. 34, thank you. So that means, oops, let's find my right. That means that we can have 14 more modules per string using SolarEdge already. Okay, we haven't had to use any other rules, so we've already got 14 more modules using SolarEdge. Now, this is the figure I used, 11,250. Now, if we look at the other rules here, if we go down to number 9, and it says up here, we can go up to 13,500. Okay, so if we put in 13,500 and then divide that by 330, we then get, what was it, 40? 40.9, well done. My glamorous assistant is helping me. Okay, wrong place. Is it here? No, it's up here. $40.9. So using SolarEdge, now we can have 40 modules per string. Whereas on the traditional inverter, we're only allowed to have 20, so already double. So for one SolarEdge inverter, now we're putting 120 modules opposed to our competitor, a traditional inverter, which will be 60. So you've got double the modules, half the labor, you've got half the containment for putting these in, half the cable. So there's lots of savings. Now, there's also, should you have gone up to a different optimizer here, let's look at the biggest one, the P950. Okay, the P950, that's 20,300. So I'm going to see if we got any space for here. Let's try up here. 20,300. And then again, divide by 330. My glamorous assistant will tell me the answer is. Excellent, 61. So 61. So now, if we're going up to the larger panels, we've got 61. So we're almost saying that one string SolarEdge string can have as many as 3 traditional strings can. So you've got to look at the design rules and work them in your favor. The designer will do all this for you. You don't have to worry about this. It will do it all for you. So this is breaking down all the different little the notes on here. Okay, I'm hoping when I clear my screen it will all disappear. Yes, there we go. So if you're doing it by pen and paper, you have the module data sheet, which has the relevant information on here. So open circuit voltage VOC is 38.1. We can see on here 38.1. We look down here and we see the calculated numbers. Then this is our optimizer data sheet. We can see that the VOC is 48, tick. We can see that the wattage is 265, 300, tick. We can see that the maximum current is 10, and we can see the maximum current on here is 9.01. That's tick. Now, this is the output voltage, so 60 volts, and this is the output current of 15. And remember, the optimizer might put up a maximum of 15, but it also controls it down to 200 milliamps as part of the safe DC. So although it's letting out 15 amps maximum, it will also reduce that to 200 milliamps. One of the other things to note from here is, I've not spoken about it today, is the maximum PowerPoint tracking operating range. You can see it starts from 8. Now, if you look at a module, let's say a module is 36 volts. As that has 3 bypass diodes in it, we're going to say that each bypass diode is worth 12 volts. So what we're saying with this SolarEdge optimization, and these optimizers in particular, is if you have 3 bypass diodes working, that module will produce 36 volts. If you lose one due to shading or damage or soiling, it will go down to 24 volts. This will still work because it's under that. If it then loses 2 bypass diodes, so we're only producing 12 volts, this will still work. Okay, so you can have a module that is damaged or has soiling on it or shading, and the bypass diodes have turned off, and the optimizer will still be putting out a voltage because the minimum is 8 and the lowest the bypass diode can go down to is 12. So it will still be putting out a voltage. Now, oversizing. This raised a couple of questions earlier, and hopefully I should be able to explain it now. We've got, maybe not, because I seem to have removed the slide that was on there. So we've got 3-phase residential. So 3-phase residential storage up to 135%. So if we have a, let's think about this. If we have a 3, is it drawing? No. Oh, there we go. 3.68 kilowatt inverter, we can have 5.7 kilowatts of module on the array, and that is because it's 155%. Okay, if you have a 30 kilowatt inverter, 150%, that means you can have 45 kilowatts of PV on the array, and then a 30 kilowatt inverter. This here, the 3-phase one, if it's a 100 kilowatt one, a normal, say a Synergy 100 kilowatt one at 135, it means you can have 135 kilowatts on the roof, and then the inverter can be 100 kilowatt. Hopefully that's explained. If I haven't, I do have some other slides that will do it, and I'll be able to forward them to you. So the designer, this is the easy route. And the stuff you get from the designer is amazing. You can do your design, you can then forward this design by email, print off as a PDF, you can send it or just print it off as a PDF, and you can show people, you can give it to people, and it's so amazing. I'm not going to spoil it because I know someone will be doing it for you. If they don't do it for you, I will do it for you. But the designer is absolutely amazing. And if you're not using it already, then please do. The designer is free. You just simply go to our monitoring portal. You simply go to our login. You go to our login and you put in your email address, you put in your password, and it allows you to design. It is very, very simple and very, very straightforward. And I'll show you a couple of screenshots of what we have. So it works in any country in the world, any region, and literally you put in your address, your postcode or area of town, and you can search using Google Maps. So you simply put in a street name, and then using the icon here, you would double click on here, and then that would move the icon to here, or you would double click to here. So you find your home that you want to do it. Maybe a commercial building, maybe a school at the bottom. You double click on it, and then the map centers on it. Once you've done that, you put the details in, the rest of the details about the supply. You can also update the consumption profile. We can do 30-minute consumption profiles. So if you have the information of what they're being billed every 30 minutes, you can upload that to the designer, and that will work out the consumption. You can also put storage on that as well, so you can try and alleviate their costs, so to reduce their overall costs. But the designer is great. It gives you a 3D image of the property. It allows you to design a system with various different modules. You don't have to have them all portrait or landscape. You can have anything you want. It's a great tool. It will probably take you a while to get used to it, but it's very, very easy to use. And this is what you would have, a 3D design. Here is your roof. It's got the pitch set on it, and then you drag and drop the modules. Once you've got the modules in the right location, you can then go on to stringing the modules, and that can be done automatic. There's a little tab at the top that says auto stringing, so you no longer have to do it. You can click on each inverter and auto string, or you can do it at the beginning. Select what you want, let it design for you. It will automatically select the optimizers. It will also give you a range of optimizers that you can use should they be out of stock. So you'll be able to select on here. You can change the optimizer here for one that is in stock or for one you prefer. Auto string, and it will all do it for you. The beautiful thing is about it, the bit I love most, is that once you've created the site on the designer, you can then export that design to the monitoring platform. So when you create a site on the monitoring, you put in the address, you put in the physical layout, you draw it, you create it. When you use a designer, you've already done the address, you've already created the physical layout, and all you're doing is exporting it. So you just press export to monitoring, and that populates on the monitoring. Now your site is there ready for you to use on the monitoring. Now, whatever name you've given this site, you give this site, maybe it's ABC Sports Stadium, and then on the monitoring, it comes up as ABC Sports Stadium. And when you go to site, you get your mapper out. Remember, this was one of the apps that I told you about in the beginning. You get your mapper out and you type in ABC Sports Stadium, and then the whole site appears on here, and it allows you to go around with your QR scanner and to scan the optimizers and the inverters and to populate this information. So it's a great tool. It links in so well. So if you're not using it, then please have a look. If you're not confident, then reach out to myself or Petra or anyone that you know at SolarEdge, and we will go through it. Or the host of this webinar, reach out to them. I'm sure they'll guide you and give you some support. So we'll just have a quick look at how to use it. So as I said, you go into the login. You've got the monitoring here. You've got support. You've got e-learning. E-learning is amazing now. We've got quite a few courses online that you can do. And here's the designer. So this is the one you want. You click on the designer. You put in your password and your email, and then you arrive at the design screen here. You've got a demo you can watch. You've got a walk me through, so it will take you step by step to make sure that you understand exactly where you're going, what you're doing. All your designs are saved, so they're yours forever. There's no charge for it. It's completely free. And you can create a new site by going to the plus at the bottom. Once you've created your site, you then get the options of what you need to fill out. And it's very simple. Project info, this is the address. This is the design. You draw the building. You put the modules where you want. You drag and drop them. You do the electrical design. You select what oversize ratio you want. Maybe you want 100%, 110, 135. Or if you're using the SE33.3s or the SE30s, then you'll go to 150%. And the summary of the report. It gives you exactly what equipment you need, how many optimizers, it gives you how many inverters you need. You can even put down on here a value. So you can put down scaffolding, you can put down health and safety, you can put down other things like metering and stuff like that. You can put that into the report and it will generate. And then export to monitoring, which are covered about, is basically you press the button and it populates onto the monitoring portal. So a little bit of detail. So you can see on here, this is the site that they've chosen. These are the fields you need to fill out, location, then profiles, and you can add your 30-minute consumption profile on here as well. And then you press apply and it's done. Then you get taken into the site modeling, you draw it in 2D, and then once you've finished in 2D, you then select 3D, which is up the top here, and then that allows you to raise the pitch of the roof, so you end up having a roof looking like so. You can add obstacles for chimneys or skylights, all that can be added. And then once you've done that, you can then select modules. You can see on here how you can drag them over, and the ones that have obstacles, they are automatically deleted. So you don't have to worry about drawing them panel by panel. You've got your ratio at the top here, which we spoke about. So this is set to 125%. And you increase this or decrease this, this changes the inverter. The optimizers you can select here as well. Then you can press generate and it automatically does it. You press string or auto string and it automatically strings it for you as well. And you're left with a string design as well. So you don't have to then send another piece of paper with you writing out exactly what I need to do. Okay, got a question here. Jason, could you advise the maximum DC oversizing for 27.6, how to delete the design site from the list? Okay, so you would put in here 27.6 inverter, so you could choose it. This is the easiest way to do it. You select 27.6K inverter, then you do oversizing. You'll go up to 135% and it will tell you what you've got. Or you put every single module that you want on the roof. You then select the oversizing to 135% and it shows what inverters are available. So let me just do some calculations in my head. I'm not really doing it in my head, I'm using a calculator, but it seems a lot cleverer me saying I do it in my head. 100 times 35. So you can have 66. You can have 37.26 kilowatts of PV modules on a 27.6 inverter. Okay, so that's the first question. The second question was how to delete the design file from the list. Now, if you're like me, you do quite a few of them and you want to clear it up because there's far too many on there. So I'm going to whiz back a couple of slides. I'm just going to show you where you would do it. So here. So these are my designs I've done. And then if I highlight over the design, this option up here appears. There's actually another icon called share now. So this one is duplicate and this one is delete. So if I've done this design and I'm happy with it, but then the customer says, I want to use a different module, then I press duplicate and I just change the module. If the customer says, oh, I'd like to have storage, I press duplicate and I put the new storage on there. If I want to delete it, I want to get rid of it, I just go to the what looks like the rubbish can here, trash can, garbage can. I press that and then it says, are you sure you want to delete? And I say, yes, please, and it goes. Okay. So you can tidy up your list I do it periodically because I do quite a few websites and quite a few webinars where I design things, and it does get a bit of a clutter, but you can delete it. Now, I'm going to refer back to this at the very end of today when we look at support. Do your design using our designer. If your designer says, that's fine, Jason, that's perfectly fine, you can use this, then keep it. Because should there be an issue where maybe there was a bug in a designer and it told you to use the wrong optimizer, or it told you to use the wrong inverter, and the inverter has an issue or the optimizer has an issue, it's all under warranty. Okay, and that's the importance of doing on the designer, is it allows you to refer back to it and you can say, I understand what you're saying, how it's not right, but your designer said I could do it at the time. Oh, perfect, no problem, we're on honor the warranty. Can you please just change it to this? So here's your 3D house here with the obstacles. Here's the panels put in place. And also, one thing to add is the modules. There are endless amount of modules. If you find your module isn't on there, you can go down to the very bottom and it says request missing module. So you can either put the data sheet on there and send it off to SolarEdge to add it, or you can add it yourself. So don't be worried if your module that you want isn't on there. You can always add it yourself. But we like to think we're pretty good and we're ahead of the game here, and we make sure that all our the latest modules are added for you. It's a lot easier that way. So we've covered this bit here. This is the last bit. This is the summary. The new designer looks slightly different to this. It actually gives you 3 options. It gives you a center option, and then it gives you a west array and an east array. Okay, I'll come back to these questions. I've seen them. I'll come back to them very quickly. So it gives you the design. It gives you all the losses underneath. It tells you your energy, and also gives you a string design as well. So your installer, you can send this to your installer, and you can send them the site name, and then the installer knows exactly how you want them to wire it. Okay. Let me just go to the last slide. Once again, once you've completed it, go to export the design and you can send it off, and it creates a monitoring site. Now, let me just read these questions here. Okay, so Jason, previously datasheet suggested 13 optimizers per string for a P650. Yeah, absolutely right, it did, and we changed the rules. We changed them very, very slowly. The question is there any restriction for old installation design according to this rule? Absolutely not. We know full well when the designs were changed, and we gave a very slow release of the information so we could have it under control. So should there have been an issue, there was a large gap, like an amnesty as such of a couple of months, to take into account all that. Okay, next question is, if there are 15 optimizers in a string and 2 pieces are going out of function, how will the system work? Okay, so it does work. If you can divide 750 by 15, as long as there are more than 85 volts per optimizer, that will give you a string. So it can actually go to lower than 15. We do have some tolerances built in, but that's generally what the rules are. So if you design it with a maximum of 14, a minimum of 14, it will be fine. There are redundancies designed into it, so it does work. It's a little bit more complicated to explain without the right slides, so I'm not quite sure. Yes. Okay. I've got a couple on here, a couple more questions. So I've got 2 more questions, so maybe covered. Yep. The next question is, what is meant by the frame size in menu PV module replacement? So let's go back to that slide. Let's see if we can find it. I think it was this slide here. Okay, can't quite see it on there, but I'm going to try and answer the question. What is meant by frame size in PV module placement? Frame size. Okay. If I'm understanding you, I'm just going to go to the next slide to see if it's on there. No. Okay, I'm assuming that the frame size you're referring to is these modules here. Now, whatever module you choose here will physically be a different size. So the older modules will be smaller. You can actually try it yourself and have a smaller module on here and a new module, and they will physically be different sizes. So this is measured from your design that you did. This perimeter is measured on here, and these are to scale. So there shouldn't be an issue where your panels don't fit. I hope I've answered your question correctly. If I haven't, then please forgive me. And maybe we can do that in the questions and answers at the very end. So if I haven't answered it correctly, please forgive me, and I'll try and cover that later. So one more question on here. Is it possible to make the design for a certain period of time, not for the whole year? I think you mean by consumption. So you can just choose like a scenario. So maybe it's a retired family, retired couple, or maybe it's a family where they're out at school during the day, or maybe they're very young children where they're at home for the morning or the afternoon. So you can choose scenarios so that you don't actually have to put in the whole consumption data for the year. So if you do have the consumption data, you can use it. If you don't, you just select a scenario, and that is on the first screen. Let me go back and show you where that is. That's under here. So project profile. So you can choose whether it's residential, commercial. I think I'm in the right place. Yeah, an annual consumption. There's a new entry here, and you can choose a scenario, whether they're a family of young children, whether they're retired, whether they work from home, and that sort of thing. And for the commercial, it's slightly different. It's predominantly used during the weekday, at night, or weekends. Right. Okay, I understand. For the frame sizes range of 1 to 10. So could you please explain what this means? So it's mainly used for ground mount systems. Ground mount systems either are tend to be in 3s or tend to be in 4s, and that's what I understand we use it for. That's the only place I change it when I design a ground mount system, and that is for our M1600 optimizers, which have to be in blocks of 4. So as far as I know, that's the only time we choose it. I haven't used the frame size for any other time other than that. I will check just to make sure, but other than that, I've just left alone completely and never touched it. Okay. Yes. Yes. Okay. Yep. There is something on the monitoring, and I will try and show that if we've got time today, where you can actually request to change the grid settings parameters yourself. So you can increase them. So that will stop the inverter from islanding, and in fact, anti-islanding is the actual process. So we should be able to resolve that for you. Okay, so we've got some questions and answers, and these are more questions that I read out with the answers. So please bear with me. If you ever use the existing or the pre-existing designer, which is called the site designer, please don't use it. Please make sure you use the designer only. And basically these questions are just saying, are the old designs supported in the new designer? And basically no. So please use the new designer. Don't use the old site designer. Always use the new designer. One of the questions on here is, does the designer support bifacial modules? Yes, it does. Absolutely choose the correct module that you want from the design and you'll be able to use that, no problem at all. Does it support embedded modules? Yes, it does by now. This was an old question, so yes, it does. The designer is used for commercial, residential, for any system you want, absolutely any system. So there's no problem whatsoever. And then we've got, okay. Okay, okay. Yes, so that's a completely different thing, export limitation. You would simply select export and import in the setting of the meter, and then you will go to Energy Manager, and then you will set in the value that you are allowed to export. So it might be 10 kilowatts, it might be 5 kilowatts, it might be 1 kilowatt or 0. You set that in, and the inverter will then export to that particular value and then decrease the production until the consumption increases. So hopefully that answers that question. A different thing completely. So you'll, okay, thank you. Okay, so I've got an eye on the time here, so nobody panic. I still know what I'm doing. Communication options, and I've got a few slides left, so we should be okay. So communication, we spoke about the setup being the main device we use to communicate to the inverter itself. We used to use a display inverter, but everything is done using your smartphone now with the app. This is the old communication board on the left here. As you can see, this is the screen. And I'm just trying to look for the, here we go. These are the buttons underneath. You remember I said on the gateway we had a escape, up, down, and enter buttons. This is in fact the buttons we used to use to navigate through the screen. It's got the same, more or less the same supporting things. We've got the PRI, which is here. We've got RS485. We only had one on here, and now we have 1 and 2. We've still got Ethernet. That's Ethernet there. We've still got the Wi-Fi, which was a plug-in. We've still got cellular, was a plug-in. So most of these features are supported. They've not disappeared. We've still got the dip switches, which are, I'm going back. Dip switches are here. So we still support more or less exactly the same information. It's just a new communication board. Why did we change from here? Well, to be honest with you, this information on here is LCD, and there's a couple of issues. The first one is if one of the LCD pixels on here fails, quite rightly, the owner would want it replacing. And it was a very expensive replacement to replace this LCD, but by using the whole communication board. So that was one reason. The second reason was that you can only have 160 characters on here on this screen. So if you're trying to put information on it, it was very, very difficult. Whereas if you look at your mobile phone, you can have endless amounts of information on your mobile phone. So by using the setup, you can scroll down, you can have endless amounts of information. Here, we were limited to 160 characters at one time. And the third reason, probably the one that makes the most common sense, is that LCD, liquid crystal display, they tend to freeze, from what I understand, at 40 degrees, minus 40 degrees. So by removing this, it allows us to put our inverters in a lot more different countries and climates. And basically no display screen means that it doesn't freeze. So your basic liquid crystal display would just go as one solid blob, basically, and you wouldn't be able to read it. So this is the new communication board. We've already gone through it a couple of times, but it supports Ethernet, that's built in. RS485 and 2 are both built in. Wi-Fi is built in. Zigbee isn't. Zigbee has been removed now, but we don't need that because we have a thing called Smart Energy. So if you're looking at Zigbee, don't get confused with Zigbee Communication or Zigbee Smart Energy. So we still have Zigbee Smart Energy, but not Zigbee Communication. And then we have the GSM modem here, the cellular modem. This comes with an antenna. This comes with an antenna. The Wi-Fi doesn't. You need to purchase a separate antenna. But we have another product that's coming out that we'll cover later on that that you've probably already seen information about that makes this a little bit easier. So Ethernet, we'll very quickly look at Ethernet. Basically, Cat5, Cat6, 100-meter length between the inverter and the router. Any more than that, it causes communication problems. The Ethernet is just plugged straight into the bottom, into here. It's set up as default, so you just literally have to plug it into the router, plug it into there, create the monitoring portal site or import it from Designer, put the serial number in, and it's done. Up we go, working. There's a gland, obviously, make sure these glands are tight once you finish with them and don't cause any mechanical strain on the cable. This is an old picture showing you how you would make them off. Most people purchase the actual leads themselves, and nobody, I think, tortures themselves by going through the actual manual connection of a RJ45. At least I hope not these days. We don't support third-party Wi-Fi extenders, adapters. It's very difficult to control this communication. It's not part of SolarEdge, so we don't support this anymore. We always used to advise people not to do it. The one thing you can do with Ethernet, and that is to put a static IP address. So should you have a secure place where the customer provides you with a way out of the firewall, they will give you an IP address, a subnet mask, a default gateway, and a DNS. You simply go to communication, you go to LAN, DHCP, fill out the information, and then press save, and then that will connect to the internet that way. You will have to tell the IT department to make sure that they open the ports, and I can give you that information on an application note. So if ever you need that, it's on an application note. The most important one is to verify communication, to verify SOK, and that's done. We've already seen this on the previous slides when we did setup, first of all, is it's here, SOK, and that means server OK. It's very important that you have this, that way you know that you've got communication to the SolarEdge servers. Cellular plugin. So this allows you to put a plug-in into the inverter to connect using the cellular network. As I said, as long as you've got an internet signal on your phone, or you can make a call on your mobile phone where the property is going to be, then you can use the GSM cellular product. It does connect to the internet using either a SolarEdge SIM card, or you can purchase your own SIM card. It's not a problem at all. So we have packages that allow you to buy the GSM and a data card for, I think it's up to 250 kilowatt site and lower sites. I don't quite know the details, but Petra will be able to tell you more about that. Okay, so we do have some data SIM packages. They are at 250 kilowatts, I believe. maximum at the moment, but Petra will be able to clarify that with you tomorrow. Or maybe in the Q&A afterwards. There we go. So 2 options available. You can buy the inverter pre-installed with a GSM, or you can buy it as a separate plugin. It comes with a modem, optional SIM card if you want the SolarEdge SIM card, and then these accessories here. You can use your own third-party SIM card, but it's a data SIM card. You don't need a voice and data, just purely data. So for high bandwidth, you can connect up to 32 devices together. As we said, with follower and leader, 1 GSM. Low bandwidth is not used a great deal, only for residential sites where you're not really interested in having the monitoring, updating every 15 minutes. Generally, what people want is the high bandwidth and updating every 15 minutes. Showing you how to put the antenna on. I think that's straightforward. It clips on. How to install the cellular plug-in. And then put the cover back on, and obviously to attach the antenna as well. Don't forget to do that. And then when you go to configure it, it's the same screen again, the commissioning screen. You go to communication. Remember the previous one I showed you was site communication or monitoring communication. So you would need monitoring communication. You would put the APN in, the username, the password. You don't need the PIN. Press done and it will connect, and again you'd have SOK. Now the wireless gateway is a new product, and this is coming out now, and as far as I understand, it's only available for residential initially. It won't be for commercial. So this is your inverters up to, I think it's 12 kilowatt if I remember correctly. So anything above like the 15 kilowatt and above wouldn't really be using a wireless gateway. But what it is a walled garden that allows the inverter to connect to a gateway wirelessly, securely, and then that wireless gateway is then plugged into the Ethernet to the router here. So if this router is replaced, or the internet provider is replaced, or the password is changed, because this is still connected to the inverter, it will still communicate regardless, no matter what happens here. As soon as this is plugged in, it will work. You can have 2 repeaters as well, so 1 gateway and 2 repeaters, and you can have up to 8 SolarEdge inverters. So you can have 8 SolarEdge inverters on Wi-Fi connected to 1 gateway. The gateway and the repeater look exactly the same product, but the box is slightly different. The gateway box is a large box, and the repeater one is a third of the size. You get an antenna, you get the Ethernet cable only with the gateway. You get an internal antenna again with the gateway and the repeater. And the installation guide is a drawing only installation guide. So there's no words, it's purely drawings. And on the front, you get a QR code that allows you to scan the QR code to activate it. So it's very easy to set up. You go to communication, you go to Wi-Fi gateway, it asks you to scan the QR code, you scan the QR code, and then it's connected. For the installer, it's very easy, it's secure, very quick to do. You can extend the range of Wi-Fi using it. For the homeowner, again, it's secure, it's very quick, and they can extend the range. So there's no drawbacks to this product at all. You can connect with WPS if you wish, or you can connect using the password that comes with it, or you can scan the QR code. Okay, so contact support. So I'm on to the last slides I've got. I've got enough slides, so please don't be alarmed. And we still have time for questions and answering. So contact support, this is the most important. This place is the headquarters of SolarEdge in Israel. I have been here several times, as we do go back at least twice a year. We try to go back to see all the relevant project managers to make sure that we know the latest information and to pass your feedback. So if you have any feedback on the products, if you would like it to do slightly different things, if you would like it to do more, if you see someone else have a product you think, I wish SolarEdge did that, or if someone else has a feature and you wish, oh, SolarEdge would do that, then let us know. The feedback goes back to HQ and it is acted upon. We do act on your feedback, and we will change products, and we will give you products that you need and features that you need. So please let us know. We do listen to you, so it's very important that you contact us with your with what you would make your life easier. So we're open to that, and we're very, very grateful for you taking the time to give us this information as well. So, because I was a field engineer for 2.5 years, I know quite a bit about support. I know quite a bit about the problems that we would have. Some are installation issues, some are related to the product installation, some are to do with setting up the installation as well. So there's loads of different things on there. And unfortunately, most of them do appear to be installer errors. There are product errors as such where they've not been commissioned correctly, but most of them are relating to the installer. And how we can help. So support can help by monitoring the site. So please make sure it's online. At the earliest opportunity that you can, make sure that you have the physical layout configured and have it ready. And this allows us to do the remote troubleshooting with ease. We're very, very helpful. If we can configure it for you remotely, we will. We don't want you to have to go back to site to do something that we can do. So as I said at the first slide, we can probably do about 95% of all issues remotely. So if you have, say you've come away from site and you thought, oh, I've wired the meter correctly, but I forgot to commission it, or I forgot to put the CT on, then we'll do that for you. Just open a case and we'll do that. That's no problem. If you're having trouble pairing it, we'll pair it. We'll do everything we can to help, but we must have it online. So it's very important that you, first of all, make sure it has SOK to make sure the inverter is communicating. And secondly, make sure you've got pictures. So if you go back to the storage we were talking about before, take pictures of the DIT switch position for the LG battery and for the BYD battery. Make sure you've got the right settings. Make sure you've taken pictures of how you've terminated the BAG connections in the RS4851 and RS4852. Lots of pictures just in case. It's a lot easier for us to say, do you have any pictures of the meter showing you how you connected it or where you put the CT? And you can just send us these pictures, saves everybody going back to site. So the last one on here is software upgrades. It's not something we do as much now because, as you know, Setup has the latest firmware, but it's still something we need to do to support you. So should there be a problem, okay, contact SolarEdge. And the easiest way to contact SolarEdge is to open a case. You can phone us up, you can email us, but open a case. Now, I don't know the direct email for your region, and I don't know the direct phone number for your region, but I will find it out and we'll pass it on. But I'm sure someone will be telling you that anyway in the question and answers later. So the first thing is to describe the problem. Don't just say inverter doesn't work. Don't just say optimizer doesn't work. Say why you think it doesn't work. We won't make any fun of you. We'll be gladly accept your reasoning as to why you think it doesn't work. Maybe it's something to do with the pairing. Maybe it's something to do with the communication of it. But please describe the problem as much as you can. Put down as much detail as possible. The next thing is the name of the site. It's very important that you put the name of the site on there, because we can find the monitoring site. We can find it with the serial number, but the name of the site is relevant, because at least we can be talking about the same case then. The serial number of the defective optimizer or defective or effective inverter is very important. As I said before, lots and lots of pictures. Now I will show you this, hopefully in about a few minutes, to give you a live demonstration of this, or show you at least where you can find it. So contacting SolarEdge, you've opened the support tab, you've signed in. I'll show you where to do this later on. You then select that I am an installer. You click on that. And if you haven't already signed in, you get the option to put your email and password. Now, this is the same email you use for setup, for the monitoring, as you do for the designer, and the same password, exactly the same thing. Once you've done that, you then get to your page, basically. On this page here, you've got a thing that says knowledge base. So knowledge base is made up of the frequently asked questions. And these are randomly changed by SolarEdge. They send out an email every now and again, and they say to every support engineer, what were the most common questions you were asked, and what was the answer you gave? And then the knowledge base gets updated. So we would change it to, maybe it's something about the new meters. Oh, I'm having trouble connecting the meter. Did you check that your CT goes from, on the right hand side, 1, middle is 2, and then on the left hand side is 3? So things like that will be in the knowledge base. So it's always handy or interesting to open a knowledge base and just to see the questions that are on there, just in case they can help. You will also be able to see your closed cases, the cases that have been resolved, and also opening a new case. So you can open a new case, or you can see all your cases down here. They'll be under here. Now, when you open a case, you get the option of putting a subject. So if you just put inverter, then that's the headline that will appear on the email. If you put inverter ABC Sports Stadium, then that will come up there, and then you can put down inverter ABC Sports Stadium, communication problem, Wi-Fi. And then all the information is on there. When that pops up in your email inbox, you'll be able to say, I know exactly what this is. The description here, we've already said, put as much information as possible, put down what you think it is, what you possibly think the cause could be, or any information whatsoever, and that will help for the description. The more information you give us is a lot easier, because then we don't need to then send you an email saying, okay, I understand this, but did you try this? You can put down, I tested all the connections. I've got pictures of the connections. It's definitely not the connections. I've got the ID right. Maybe I haven't set it up on the inverter. So, you know, lots of information is possible. You can then put the technical issue, the inverter, whatever you want. Maybe your inverter was delivered, and maybe the cooling fins are bent on the back, or maybe the bracket's bent on the back, or something like that, or maybe the screws heads are damaged. It could be anything. Okay, as much information as possible, and then once you've done that, you then click open, and it's done. Now, these are the emails for that I have now. You've got support@SolarEdge on here. I don't know what region covers you at the moment. I think it's still the UK, but I'm not sure. So the easiest one is for you to write to support@SolarEdge, or whatever information you've already been given. As for phone number, we've got a rest of the world phone number and loads of phone numbers on here as well. And this is all accessed from the web page as well. Okay. So once we've got the information from a case and everything is fine, there's two ways it can go. The first way is it can be confirmation, confirmed, and then we send you a replacement product. The other way is we then ask you more questions, and then we get to this point again and we either confirm it or we have to ask more questions. So the more information you give us to start with means the less questions we have to keep going around. Okay, so I've just been told here the Ukraine is under UK email or just solaredge@support.com. Okay. Once we've got to this point where everything is okay, we then send you a replacement, and that gets sent using our logistic partners. And what will happen is you will get a person arranging delivery of say an inverter, of an optimizer, of a meter, of a gateway, whatever it could be. That's what you will get. And along with that, you'll also get a return label, or you'll be given an email address that you need to write to, or you'll be given a page that you then click on and you fill out your details, and then that will arrange collection of the inverter. Now, the inverters, they belong to SolarEdge. Any product that we've given you RMA for means that the product that was faulty for whatever reason now belongs to SolarEdge. So we want that back. So please don't sell inverters. Please don't sell faulty inverters. Please don't sell things that belong to SolarEdge. Because in the UK, we have issues where people sell stuff. They go on to eBay, someone buys them, and then they contact SolarEdge and say, oh, I bought this and it doesn't work. What do I need to do? And we say, unfortunately, I'm sorry, but that's actually belonging to SolarEdge. Please contact the person you bought it from and make arrangements for them to refund you and for the collection of the inverter, say. So it's very important that you send stuff back. There is a huge level of trust. We trust you. We will send you the stuff. We trust you. But please don't break the circle of trust, because otherwise it just means a little bit more time. The worst case will be that you would have to remove the faulty product, send it to us for testing, us for them to say, yes, it doesn't work, and for them to send you a new one. So it's a lot easier to play the game, really. And if it's faulty, send it back to us as soon as possible. So I've got another update here, which has already been sent to everybody, but just to make sure, the UK is under Ukraine is under UK email. Tech support number is Kirill, and it's got the number on there. So please look at the chat menu for the latest phone number and email. Now, the next one is one of my favorite subjects, if I can get my thing to work, is isolation testing. When I was a field engineer, I used to love fault finding this one because it was so easy to do. And what you need to do is you just need to use the inbuilt isolation tester on the inverter, or use a resistance tester, commonly known as a mega. That's a trade name, but a high ohm resistance tester is what you need. Now, the most important thing is, please never set the tester to higher than 500 volts. So always make sure your tester is set at 500 volts. That's the most important thing. There's your tester. Set that to 500 volts and no more. So you can check the isolation layout by right-clicking on the inverter. You go to layout, you right-click on the inverter, and it comes up here, 11,000. Now, you may remember when we were discussing the SC30 and the SC33.3 that I said the value has reduced. So the value has reduced from 352 kiloohms before the inverter will island and turn off and stop production, down to 150 kiloohms. What this means is that now you could, yes. So what this means is that the SE33.3 and the SE30K now have a insulation resistance of 150 kiloohms, whereas the other inverters, the SolarEdge inverters, are 352. So what this means is that you can have a insulation resistance of 1 megohm per string and the inverter will still work. With the current inverters, you need an insulation resistance of at least 2 megohms for the inverter to work. Now, 2 megohms is a very low installation resistance considering the installation. If it's a brand new installation, you want to be having a very high installation resistance. But if you can go down as low as 2 megohms, the inverter will still work, but you do have some issues there. The old inverter had a display and used to press the green button underneath. The setup one is on the screen itself. You would simply navigate through the screen to maintenance to go to the inbuilt isolation test, or using the setup menu to go to maintenance to go to isolation test. You can see on here the differences were what it did basically is it gave you from plus to minus, and it does on this one from plus to minus a percentage. So if we imagine we had one string, one inverter with one string, and we had an isolation fault on it, and there were 10 panels, and the isolation value was 40%, that's going to be near module number 4. Okay, and you can go from the plus. So from the plus side, so wherever the plus cable goes to 1, 2, 3, 4, it's either going to be around panel 3, 4, or 5. It's exactly the same for the isolation process on here. If it gives you a insulation resistance of 68, then it's going to be panel 6, 7, or 8. Now remember, when you're doing more than one string, what you do is you power down the inverter, you remove all the strings, and you do one string at a time. So you put string 1 in, do the isolation test, remove that string, put string 2 in, isolation test, record the value, and so on, until you test all the strings. And in that way, you can see which string has the isolation value on it. If you remove the string that has the isolation value on it, the other 2 strings will work perfectly well. Okay, and then you can then work on the problem. So you turn off the DC and AC of the inverter. You look for damaged connections, damaged wires. You look for puddles of water with connections in, with cables in. You then look at what you suspect to be the module on the optimizer. You remove them. You then see if the readings improved. If production's resumed, then yes. Then basically it was that module, it was that optimizer. If no, then you go back to the process of looking again. And that's what you can do visually. But the easiest one is to use the tester. And this here is the range of testers. As I said, please make sure that you always set it to 500 volts. So it says up here, 500 volts. Okay, only to 500 volts, not to 1,000 volts. You can take wire connectors or branch connectors as well to make your life easier, but no more than 500 volts. So you turn off the inverter, you wait for the voltage to drop to 50 volts. And this is another blessing of SolarEdge, is that if you're on a roof, and imagine you do have an earth fault, an isolation fault, then that array is going to be live, isn't it? And it's going to be, every time you touch something, you're not quite sure whether that's going to be live or not, whether you're going to get a shock. Because you have to go there when it's miserable, when it's wet, when it's rainy, when it's dark. You know, you have to go there to find this fault, and it only seems to happen when it rains. So you can't go there on a dry Wednesday afternoon because you'll never find the fault. You have to go there when it's miserable, when it's raining, when it's wet. And the beauty of SolarEdge, once you turn that inverter off, again, it drops down from 750 volts to 50. That allows you to go up there onto the roof safely, to look, to remove stuff, to take stuff off. You don't have to worry about the high voltage on the DC because it's a traditional inverter. So these are the beauty of SolarEdge. For maintenance, it's unbelievable. So you wait for it to drop below 50 volts, you switch off the AC, disconnect all the strings, set the tester to 500 volts. It does say 1,000 volts here, but please don't do it. Only 500 volts, okay? And then these are the tests we need to do. So this is the home run cable, as we call it. This is from the inverter to the roof. And what you're doing is you're checking that from the inverter to the roof that the cable is intact. And this is where the cable goes through the penetration of your roof. So the hole in your roof you've made, to make sure it's not chafed, it's not cut, it's not shorting out on the roof. So you do both of them, and you want to look for a reading of 200 megohms. So if it's above 200 megohms, tick, that's brilliant, that's perfect. The next one we want to do is we want to go onto the roof itself, and we've got the cables here. So this is your string. Say we've got 10 optimizers, 10 modules on here, and what we're going to do is we're going to test it, and we get both cables, the plus and minus, and we use our branch cable, and we put the plus and minus onto one test lead. Okay, so the plus and minus cable get joined onto one test lead. The other test lead goes onto the array to either the array itself, the mounting, or anything like that, or to the module or anything. But we have the plus and minus on one test lead, and then we set it to 500 volts, and we press test. And if it comes up to 1 megohm, that's okay. But remember, I said the rule of thumb is 2 megohms. Once we've got onto the roof, we found that there was a fault on that string. We then do the half split method, where we split the 10 panels into 2 lots of 5, and then we split it into a 3 and into a 2, and so on until we get down to the areas that are causing the problems. And again, we want 1 megohm. You'll probably find that the insulation resistance is accumulative, so more than one area is causing the problem. Once you get down to the final thing, this is what you need to do. You test the final optimizer and the module, plus and minus shorted together onto one test lead, and then the other one onto the module or the casing of the inverter or the array. You press the button. We don't get 200 megohms. Remember, this is 200 megohms, not 1 megohm. This is 200 megohms, okay? If we don't get 200 megohms, then we take the module and we take the optimizer apart. And again, we test this, we test the module, and we're looking at 500 megohms. It depends on the module and depends on the data sheet, so you may have to look into that. But this is what you do, you test them, okay? Then the last test you do is you get the optimizer itself, plus and minus to the casing of the optimizer, and you press it, and you want 200 megohms. If you don't get 200 megohms on an optimizer, then that means it needs to be replaced. If it's 197, 198, 199, maybe depending on your test of 199, but that means that the optimizer needs to be replaced, okay? And how many optimizers can you replace without asking permission from support? 1. How many optimizers can I replace? 1. How many optimizers can the head of the UK support change? 1. We all need to get information. We need to get the pictures. We need to get the information correctly, and that's it. So you take a picture of this, you take a picture of this, you take a picture of this, you record the values, and if you have more than one optimizer that has installation issues, you call support. Support will send down someone, a field engineer, or someone will come down and help you, or will guide you and tell you what we need to do. And basically that's it. We will support you. You can only change one. We need to do all the rest. I think that's that. Now I've got the website I need to show you now. So although it is the end, it's not the end. It's only the end for the second. So just bear with me. I'll just set up my web page here. If you have any questions in the meantime, please ask away. I'm pretty much ready to go-ish.
Jason,
Yes.
Maybe you know we have the main problem in Ukraine. It's bad quality of grid.
Okay.
It's a high voltage or low voltage.
Yep.
And when inverters see the high voltage, it goes to restart.
Yes, correct. Yes.
60 times restarts, and the inverter has error.
Okay.
Can we set up some limitation of generation, PV generation in SolarEdge setup application?
Not with the
Does that solve this problem?
We will work on a solution. If you can share some more information, I will work on a solution for it. Okay, I think I have a solution, but I need to understand it better, but we will work on a solution for you.
Okay, we can, or installer can write you on email.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. And here's my email there. So please write to me or write to Petra or whoever you feel comfortable contacting, and we will get a solution.
Okay. And one more question. If we come back to slides with the SolarEdge Designer.
Yes, okay.
We have a line in the SolarEdge Designer in PV module placement, frame size, and we can take here 1 or 10.
Yes, I will show you. Let me show you this on the. I will show you on the web page now, if that's possible. Let's see if I can get it to. I'll go to Designer. So you're talking, I can't see, I know I have seen it, but I can't see it on here, frame size. I'll have to come back to you. Yeah, I'll come back to you with a proper answer. Okay, I will come back to everybody with an answer for this.
Okay.
Шановні учасники вебінару, ми вже підійшли до фінальної частини запитань та відповідей. На даному етапі я бачу, що у нас є декілька письмових питань. Ми зараз їх озвучимо і попросимо Джейсона надати відповідь. Також на цьому етапі ви можете підняти руку в додатку і вголос озвучити своє питання. Всі будуть його чути. Потім Діана допоможе нам з перекладом для Джейсона і також будемо очікувати на відповідь і на ці питання. Тож спочатку я озвучу Джейсону питання, які в нас є в письмовій формі. Ми заслухаємо відповіді на них і потім перейдемо до голосових запитань.
Okay. So for support, there's two ways you can go. You can either go to support. I'm trying to remember how I changed it to Ukraine, but I can't quite remember. Maybe it will do it now.
Jason, so in the meantime, we got a few written questions. So
yes.
The first one is about the extension of the voltage range. So I met this question quite oftenly. Customers are wondering if the extension of the voltage can lead to warranty cancellation.
No, shouldn't do whatsoever. The inverter has inbuilt mechanisms to protect it. If we do change the parameters, it will all be under the warranty as well. So it shouldn't be a problem whatsoever, but we would need to investigate this to make sure we get it correct. Okay. So carry on, yes? Oh, sorry. Okay.
Також зі своєї сторони додам, ви можете в чаті зараз бачити, що Петер Клімек повідомляє, скажімо, для інвертора 30 кВт, діапазон напруг від 184 до 264,5 вольт. Тобто в цих межах ніяких обмежень по гарантії не може бути. Стосовно процедури розширення напруги, вона відбувається наступним чином, що якщо ви хочете змінити напругу на першому інверторі, який ви як інсталятор встановили, спочатку необхідно повідомити про це службу підтримки SolarEdge, і вони вишлють вам бланк, офіційну форму, в якій ви маєте вказати дані своєї монтажної компанії, і потім вони нададуть вам дозвіл для того, щоб розширювати діапазон напруги на всіх інверторах, які ви встановлюєте. Я надію, що по цьому питанню більш-менш зрозуміло, і ми можемо перейти до наступних запитань, якщо вони у вас є. Тобто підніміть руку в додатку Zoom, і ми включимо, надамо право говорити, і всі почують ваше запитання. Поки що ми не бачимо, що хтось з учасників піднімає руку з переліку учасників. Так, бачу. Перше Артем Татенко, так, і Олексій Сердюк. Тобто будемо по черзі. Артем. Артем, вам потрібно включити мікрофон. Так.
Уже слышно, да?
Да, слышно нормально.
Вот, из практики вопрос. У нас на одном объекте в первой половине дня выпадает напряжение за 273 вольта. Инвертор уходит в перегруз. Это делает на протяжении энного количества раз, а потом уходит в защиту, и до следующего утра он не просыпается. Как мы можем решить этот вопрос по настройкам?
274 вольта, вы сказали?
Да, после обеда напряжение у нас стабилизируется, во второй половине дня у нас напряжение стабилизируется, но инвертор уже не запускается. Он засыпает и до утра не просыпается.
Окей.
Есть ли возможность ограничить по реактивному...
Артем, да, я задавал ему вопрос, он сказал, что можно написать ему на почту, он найдет какое-то решение, просто он сейчас не готов ответить, но давайте, может, еще раз спросим.
Okay.
Хорошо.
Jason, so actually I will double repeat the question from the installer that
Okay.
So the installer has a practical case when the voltage in the midday reach 274 volts, and the inverter goes down and shows error, and then the voltage stabilizes in the second half of the day. However, the inverter doesn't start again, so doesn't start again until the next day. So they are actually need to solve it somehow. So they are asking for your advice.
Okay, I wasn't aware that it went into non-production mode. I assumed it restarted. I will have to look into this for you. As far as I'm aware, it should restart straight away.
So can the installer send you his...
Of course, yeah.
And you will check it?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect. Артем, я переспросил у Джейсона, он попросил наименование этой станции, и чтобы вы пошерили эту станцию через свою учетную запись, и он проверит и поможет найти решение. И на самом деле я помню, что у нас с одним из наших клиентов уже был такой вопрос, и действительно технические специалисты SolarEdge решили эту проблему. Так что можете, в принципе, после окончания вебинара со мной или с Андреем связаться, передать информацию, и мы перешлем Джейсону.
Хорошо, спасибо.
Так, переходим к следующему вопросу. Это Алексей Сердюк.
Алло.
Да, вас слышно.
Добрый день. Вопрос касается тоже конкретно определенной станции. Значит, станция бывает останавливается по ошибке 89, называется пассив анти-исландинг. И данная ошибка уже, не знаю, на протяжении, наверное, нескольких лет по этой станции. И на каком-то одном из тоже семинаров, я не помню, пару лет назад, мне сказали, что нужно очень глубоко разбираться с этой станцией, что там происходит. А кейс просто закрыли. Ну, то есть, как бы, ошибка как была, так и продолжает оставаться на станции. Вот даже вот сейчас смотрю по сегодняшней станции, вот 40 минут назад опять была та же самая ошибка. Алло.
Да, мы вас услышали вопрос. Сейчас переводим.
Пассив анти-исландинг. И вообще, возможно ли вообще ее отключить? Насколько я понимаю, например, в других типах конденсаторов
Yes.
эту ошибку вообще можно отключить. То есть он ее просто не обрабатывает. Например, в том же Fronius.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Let me have the case number and I will look into it for you.
Ну я сейчас сказать не могу, это было больше 2 лет назад. Давайте я то ли в почте, то ли как-то...
Site name or any details, site name, serial number, and I will find it.
Да, конечно, она называется, так, это же надо, я понимаю, на русском, это крайняя 55.
Алексей, а если можно потом скинуть либо нам на почту информацию по этой станции,
Да,
или
конечно.
Джейсону сразу напрямую?
Передать, да, потому что вопрос такой нерешаемый по какой-то причине, и станция бывает простаивает по 2-3 часа в день.
Ну, понятно.
Еще один вопрос, еще если можно, пока я на связи, еще один маленький
Excellent,
вопрос.
thank you. I'll look into it as soon and give you an answer as soon as possible.
Еще один вопрос можно задать? Скажите, пожалуйста, ну вот программа дизайнер, ну да, действительно классная, удобно пользоваться, только вот разрешение карт, этих кровель, да, на которых можно построить саму кровлю, просто ужасно. Оно ужасно именно в нашем регионе, или оно вообще такое ужасное в любом регионе его использования?
You can change it to, you can put your own picture up, and I will show you where to do that. Oh, sorry. This image here, background image here. You can click on that. You can have an image of the building in your file, open it up, and it will then allow you to drop that into the right place. There are pin markers that you would line up. Let's see if I can find it here. This one. Sorry. So this video here, I just went to help, and I went to how to upload a custom site image. And it might play. And it's about 50 seconds or 52 seconds. And you go to the image up here, you take your, highlight it, you take your image that you saved, and then you use the pins to line up with the corresponding pins on the site. And then you can superimpose the picture on top. So you just line up the pins, adjust it, press done, and then you have the new picture. So if you have a new building that's a new building structure that's being replaced onto a certain site, you can do that. And that's in here. So just it was how to upload a custom site image.
Хорошо, спасибо большое.
Jason, we have a couple of more questions in written form. So
Okay.
The first one, it's from Vladislav Pushchuk. He is asking, actually he's stating that sometimes there is a need to change the connection from the delta to, actually from star to delta, because there is a big problem with the grid in Ukraine. So will ever this option will be available with SolarEdge?
It's currently available with SolarEdge. It's a question of removing the fuse position inside the inverter, as far as I remember. It's on the right-hand side above the AC connection. There is 2 fuses, and you can change it from star to delta. And I understand that's on the 3-phase inverters. And as far as I'm aware, it's a feature we support.
Okay, I suppose that the attendee received the answer. The next question, it's written that you mentioned that there is an option to manage alternative energy source in this
Yes.
current situation generator, and the attendee is asking what, how this influence the work of the inverter, and does it mean that the inverter can normally work from the grid created by this generator?
What will happen is if the generator comes on, it will send a signal to the inverter, so the AC of the inverter stays on, but the production reduces to 0. That's one option. The second option is we use professional services, which is SolarEdge. They design it in a bespoke way that when the generator comes on, it sends a signal to the inverter, and the inverter will then ramp down or ramp up production to match the consumption. So we can do either where the inverters turn off the production completely, or we can have this professional service facility where the inverter will match consumption, so the PV can still be on. So we have 2 options.
Thank you for this answer. And the one more question is, again, of course.
Can I just... So, No, I just wanted to the question about Delta grids. The application notes are in the under. If you go to under three phase inverters, it's exactly the same position as it is for when it's translated. Click on here, and then we've got the application notes for Delta. So this one here is Delta grid. This one here is Delta grid. So it's already covered.
Jason,
Yes.
one more question, again about the voltage range, very popular question as you see.
Yes.
One more attendee is writing that the fact of differences on each phase is quite frequent for Ukraine, and sometimes there can be on one phase 190 volts, and on the second there can be 280 volts.
Mm-hmm.
So the attendee is wondering how will inverter work in such conditions, and if it's really possible to extend to 280 volts, even if in datasheet we have 264.5, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so I will need to look into this. I would imagine we have a solution for it, but I would need to have a look into it and see. Let me just see. I think the data sheet is only, it doesn't give it might give parameters, but that's not the end of it. It can go further than what's on here. We could change it to anything we want. So I'd need to look into it further and speak to R&D and see what we can do. But we should have a solution. We will be able to solve it.
So you will suggest to check it as a separate case. So these cases need much precise.
Yes. So if you could send me the list of the questions, and I will then answer the questions as best as I can, and we can pass it back to the person. But I probably need a few days to look into it and to research it and to make sure it's possible. So the numbers here, the 184 and the 264.5 I'm seeing on the questions, they are grid parameters, but they are not the be all and end all of it. We can change the parameters to anything we want. If we have to go to 280, we can go to 280 volts. But I just need to check with R&D and also the certification team and integration to make sure that we create a new country code maybe specifically for this purpose. So it's all resolvable. It's not a problem. Just need a little bit of time, need to understand it correctly, and we should be able to provide a solution for it with ease.
Я б хотів би доповнити, що Джейсон наголошує після кожного подібного запитання, де мова йде саме про розширення напруги, що це ж варто розглянути кожен такий кейс окремо він просить надіслати ці питання у письмовій формі. Він їх опрацює в наступні декілька днів. Тож ми зі своєї сторони також просимо вас, якщо у вас є змога відправити англійською мовою, ви можете відразу напряму писати Джейсону на електронну пошту, яку він вказував попередньо, або ж ви можете російською чи українською передати ці питання нам, і ми сформуємо перелік цих запитань, передамо Джейсону, і потім також у відповідь надішлемо вам його відповіді. Так, я бачу, що в нас ще є одне запитання. Михайло, зараз у вас має бути доступ до мікрофону. Так, вас чутно.
Алло.
Так, вас чутно. Задавайте, будь ласка, своє питання.
Доброго дня. Хотів спитати, чи можна поєднати SolarEdge старого зразка із StoraEdge, тобто новим оцим. Це для чого? Для того, щоб можна було використати акумуляторні батареї і використати старі інвертора у цій роботі.
So for three-phase inverters, commercial three-phase inverters, 25 kilowatt and upwards, you can use the old inverters. The new commercial storage will be compatible with the SE25, the SE27.6, with screens or without screens. That's all compatible. As for the smaller inverters, the residential, it's only the residential inverter that I've shown you today, the 5, 7, 8, and 10 that can be used with storage. But for commercial storage, that will be any commercial inverter, 25 kilowatt and upwards.
Чи є ще у когось запитання?
Я думаю, можна потроху завершувати вебінар. Дякую всім, хто приєднався до вебінару. Якщо когось цікавить вебінар по комерційній частині, завтра буде його проводити Петр Клімик, тому приєднуйтесь, будемо раді вас бачити. І всі питання стосовно технічних питань чи сервісу ви можете задавати Кирилу Маркову, в чаті є його контакти, або відповідно нам, а ми будемо вже далі адресувати на техпідтримку SolarEdge.
Також я прошу надіслати, будь ласка, запитання, які все ж залишились без вашої відповіді, будь-яким чином, яким вам зручно. Якщо у вас є наші номери телефону в будь-якому месенджері або на нашу пошту, присилайте всі ваші питання, ми обов'язково їх розглянемо і передамо Джейсону для подальшого опрацювання. І надіємося, що ви отримаєте правильні відповіді та рішення проблем, які у вас виникли. Jason, I think that we are fine for now. So
Okay.
No more questions. What we asked from the attendees is to write us all the questions, if any, left unanswered. So we will compile a list of it, and as you suggested, we will send it to you so you can work it out in the next days, and then we will double translate it and send the answers to the customers.
Wonderful.
Okay, thank you so much. It was really useful, and we already received a couple of feedbacks from the attendees that the information is really up to point and very interesting. So really appreciate it. Thank you.
No problem at all. Glad to help and happy to help again whenever you need me.
Okay. Have a nice evening. Bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Jason.
Bye-bye.
Так. Виключаємося. В принципі, вебінар закінчено. Да. Всім дякую. Яна, побачимо завтра. Все, пока-пока.